Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett, Baird, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson of the 11th, Jackson of the 32nd, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCollum, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner, Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Witherspoon, Younger. Mr. President, a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will senators please rise and give for the invocation given by Senator Tyler McConn. The invocation will be followed by a pledge of allegiance by Senator Dennis DeBar. Senator McConn.
Bow with me. Heavenly Father, thank you for this another opportunity to come to you and speak directly, Lord, and to thank you for the blessings of life. Dear Lord, also to ask you for guidance, for wisdom, Lord, for patience, patience sometimes with one another, patience with those who we serve. May we be willing and able to try to answer the questions to those who've put their trust and their faith in us to represent them. Dear Lord, we ask that you be with those who are sick, be with those particularly of our body. Dear Lord, we ask that they can return to us soon. Lord, we continue to ask that you be with those who are bereaved, who have lost loved ones recently. Lord, we just ask that you wrap them in comfort. Dear Lord, we thank you most of all for your Son and his sacrifice that we may have salvation. In his name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Senators. Good job. Now the reading of the journal. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Messages and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next to the reading of titles, bills, and resolutions. Recognize Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the readings of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of titles, bills, and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. First, we will cover introduction of guests. Introduction of guests. Senator Suber, you're recognized for introduction of guests.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure to introduce the doctor of the day, and I do not see him. He's from Pontotoc, Mississippi, Dr. John Mitchell. He's the director of the Office of Mississippi Physician Workforce.
Thank you. Dr. Mitchell has done great work, for those of you who don't know him, in putting individuals outside. Okay, introductions. Moving to the calendar. Start with Senator Hobson, appropriations. Senator Hobson, you're recognized for the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. We ask that we skip items 1 and 2, go to item 3 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Number 1 and 2, retain their place on the calendar. Number 3, please read it, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2429, state-owned vehicles, create study committee to study the management of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2429 is setting up a study committee to study state-owned vehicles. As a matter of fact, I sat in a subcommittee meeting this morning where one of our agency directors was asking for 3 vehicles, and I hear that other agencies have vehicles sitting around. So I think for the benefit of all of us in the state that we need to take a good hard look at all the vehicles that are out there with state agencies. Some agencies need more vehicles, some have probably too many, and see if we can have a fleet management program. This study committee would include 3 senators, including the chairman of AET, Senator Polk, 3 House members, including their chair of AET, and the director of finance and administration. They would serve on this study committee and bring back a report to us next year whether we need to make any changes to the way that we allocate vehicles and fund vehicles for our state agencies. That's an explanation of the bill, Mr. President. I'll be happy to yield to questions.
Questions from the Senate? Questions from the Senate? Seeing none, Senator, you're recognized.
Adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator makes a motion for use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to record as voted no? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call is used and the bill is passed. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Would skip items 4 through 8 and have them retained in place. Thank you.
Items 4 through 8 retain their place on the calendar. Next, Finance, Senator Harkins is not present. Anyone for Finance? Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip items 9 through 13, ask that they retain their place on the calendar and go to item 14, Senate Bill 2812, and ask that the title be read.
Places 9 through 13 will retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read item 14.
Senate Bill number 2812, motor vehicles, limit period for DOR's retention of certificate of title to 15 years.
Thank you. I'd like to ask that the usual motions be made.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. Senate Bill 2812 is for DOR. Currently, they retain titles back to 1969. Most states keep them on hand for 10 to 15 years. They would like to only be required to keep the titles for 15 years, so going back to 2005 as of now, and this will save them a lot of storage space. It will keep them from having to convert microfilm to digital, and it will get us in line with most other states. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions on the bill? Any questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you please proceed.
Yes, sir. Ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Senator moves for passage on the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, bill is passed by use of the morning roll call. Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 15, Senate Bill 2813, and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2813, amusement rides, change period for operating permit decals from 12 months to calendar year.
I'd like to make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is for DOR as well. With amusement rides, they currently run a 12-month renewal process for amusement rides. They would simply like to make that a calendar year renewal so that it's easier to keep up with and just do it once a year, similar to, say, property taxes or personal property taxes. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Any questions? Any questions on the bill? Seeing none, you recognize Senator for the motion.
Ask for passage using the morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call is granted. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip items 16 and 17, ask that they retain their place on the calendar, and move to item number 18, Senate Bill 2437.
Senate Bill 16 and 17 retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title of 18.
Senate Bill number 2437, distinctive motor vehicle license tags authorized for Wildlife, Mississippi.
I'd like to make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
This
Those
is a
opposed, no.
committee sub. I'd like to move adoption of the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
We're on the committee sub. All those in favor of the committee subs? Pardon?
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry.
President.
We'll recognize you to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is simply the vehicle we'll use for the ominous tag bill. We have a repealer in it, reverse repealer to get it through the process. If you would, any distinctive tags that you may have, if you get them to Ian, and we will work on this again at the end of session. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Any questions on the bill? Any questions on the bill?
Request passage on the morning roll call.
First, we need to adopt a committee substitute.
Yep.
So your motion would be, I
Move
believe,
adoption,
to...
committee sub, yes, sir.
Okay. Moves to adopt the committee sub. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the bill, Senator.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of the bill on the morning roll call.
Senator moves passage on the morning roll call, final passage. Anyone objects to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? No. Seeing none, morning roll call is granted. Bill is passed. Recognize Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Skip item 19, ask that it retain its place on the calendar, and move to item 20, Senate Bill 2814, and ask that the title be read.
Senate Bill 19 retains its place on the calendar. Senate Bill 20. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2814, unemployment benefits allow withholding for state income taxes corresponding to withholding for federal income taxes.
Okay, Senator, we're ready for you.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is for unemployment benefits. Currently, you can request that your federal withholding be held out from your unemployment benefits. This would just include it where you could choose, if you want to have your state income taxes withheld from unemployment benefits. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Any questions on the bill? Any questions? We're ready for your motion, sir.
If there's no questions, I'd like to ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone objects to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, morning roll call is granted. The bill is passed. Senator, you're recognized.
I'd like to move to item 21, Senate Bill 2815, and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. Item 21, Senate Bill.
Senate Bill number 2815, motor vehicles, remove requirement for appointed vehicles to have decal with expiration date and year on license tag.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Seeing no objections, granted. Please proceed.
This one is to remove the requirement for portion vehicles to have a decal sticker. Most states have moved to digital decal, and this will save the Department of Revenue about $13,000 a year, and it's in line with what most states do already. It'll just be a digital decal for the renewal date. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
I'd like to ask for passage using the morning roll call.
Senator's suggested passage of using the morning roll calls. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? No. Seeing none, it is granted. The bill is passed.
Mr. President, with unanimous consent, I'd like to go back to the previous item. I failed to make the usual motions.
Which one?
Item number 20, Senate
Okay.
Bill 2814.
Okay, please proceed. Yeah.
Mr. President, without objection, Journal will reflect that we, the usual motions.
Any objection? Any objection? Seeing none is granted. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip items number 22 and 23, ask that they retain their place on the calendar, and move to item number 24, 2811.
22 and 23 retain their place on the calendar. Item 24, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2811, abandoned, manufactured, or mobile homes, establish procedure for disposition.
Thank you, Mr. President. Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you. Would you please recognize Senator Fillingane to explain this bill?
Senator Fillingane, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2811 is a bill we passed in the Senate last year, and it got caught up with our friends in the House and didn't quite make it all the way through. But it is whereby you can deal with an abandoned, manufactured, or mobile home. And I will just briefly go through it. It's the same bill, identically, that we passed last year, I think with two exceptions. And the two exceptions are that during the out-of-period session, the Sheriff's Association and the Tax Assessor and Collectors Association worked with the proponents of the bill to make sure that their interests were taken care of, and those interests were there is a mechanism by which the sheriff is the one who auctions off the abandoned or manufactured home as part of this getting rid of the home process, and we wanted to make sure that the sheriffs were compensated for their work in doing the auction or the sale. And similarly, the taxes, if there were back taxes owed to the county, the tax collector and assessors wanted to make sure that they were given a priority lien status. when the mobile home or manufactured home was sold, and so that was added into the bill. So Section 1, beginning on line 16, deals with all of your definitions affiliated with this particular bill. Then on Section 2, which starts on line 169, it talks about the complaint. Once a landowner, it can apply to just a single landowner if there's just one mobile home sitting on their property that they have been renting, and then the renter up and leaves and stops paying the rent. Or it can apply to a whole manufactured housing lot if it's multiple homes. So we made sure it applied to either situation. So Section 2 deals with the complaint for which the owner of the land, if it's just a single owner, or if it's a mobile home lot, goes by, and it states all the different details, beginning like on line 175 and following, dealing with the type of home that was abandoned, a description of the manufactured or mobile home, a copy of the notice of the abandonment sent by the community owner or landowner to the owner's last known address, on a date of at least 30 days after the date of abandonment, at least 30 days before the commencement of the proceeding. So it deals with how much notice has to be given to the abandoned home's renter or owner. And then you go to Section 3, beginning on line 225, about the filing of the complaint constitutes consent by the landowner or community owner, so that at the point in which the abandoned home is in fact sold or dispensed with, you're giving consent as the owner for the purchaser of that home to enter onto the property and remove the abandoned home that they have now purchased. Section 4 talks about the entry of an order naming the commissioner and setting the date and time of the sale. Section 5 deals with the oath that commissioner must take. And then Section 6 on line 262 talks about the advertisement of the sale, how you have to go about posting that at the courthouse and other things. Then the procedure for the sales on Section 7, line 280, and Section 8, line 317, talks about the payment of the debt and then the exercise of the possession. Section 9 on 329 deals with the disbursement of the bid amount by the commissioner. And then Section 10, it goes back to the judge for the entry of the final order disposing of the mobile home. Then, of course, Section 11 deals with submission to the Department of Revenue to make sure all the taxes are paid. And then Section 12, the good faith defense of the owner of real property to claims of any wrongful sale of a manufactured or mobile home and associated personal property, if in fact all of the rules set forth herein are complied with. And then Section 14, just as the effective date, which is July the 1st of 2021. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call, final passage. Anyone objects to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Excuse me. Seeing none, the bill is passed. Vice Chairman, we're ready for you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 25 and ask that it retain its place on the calendar and move to item 26, Senate Bill 2833, and ask that the title be read.
25 remains its place on the calendar. 26, Mr. Clerk, please read title.
Senate Bill number 2833, Motor Vehicle Commission Law, provide obligations of manufacturers, distributors, and dealers regarding rates for parts and labor.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This one has to do with new vehicle warranties. Currently, the rate that manufacturers pay dealers is below the market value. Because of the franchise tax, we have to take that up in this body, and 46 other states already have the warranty work being paid by manufacturers to dealers is in line with what the market rate is. We would be the 47th state, and all parties are in agreement, the manufacturers and the automobile dealers. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? Any questions from the Senate? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Ask for passage on the final, ask for passage using the morning roll call, please.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call, final passage. Anyone objects to the procedure? Anyone wish recorded as voting no? Thank you, Senator. That one has been baking a long time. Congratulations.
Sir?
Congratulations. That's been baking a long time.
Yes, sir. I'd like to skip items 27 through 36 and move to item 37.
27 through 36 retain their place on the calendar. Number 37. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2831, Historic Structure Income Tax Credit, authorized sale or transfer.
And I'd like to make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to ask that we bring up the committee sub and adopt it in lieu of the original bill.
Senator moves to adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed on the committee sub, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this bill makes a few changes to the historic tax credit. It allows for an exchange to be made where you can sell the tax credits once you get them. We had some debate in committee over this. Currently, you can turn those in to the Department of Revenue and redeem them at 75% of their face value versus using them on your income tax return. For the state, the exchange would only be good going forward. So after this is effective July 1st, 2021, not for anyone currently holding those credits. And it also limits any one person or tax entity from getting more than 25%, which is currently $3 million of the $12 million total allocation per year. This would allow for up to at least 4 people to qualify for that credit every year. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Any questions on the bill? Any questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator. We're on the substitute. I'm sorry, there. Oh, look, Senator Bryan, I'm sorry. You're recognized for a question. Will you yield, Senator?
I believe he wants to speak on or against the bill.
Is this a question, Senator Bryan, or you want to speak on the bill?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very concerned about this bill and about a companion bill in the House. There's no one more interested in historic preservation than I. And I think the historic tax credits are a very good idea. But a tax credit is nothing more than an appropriation from the state treasury. And when we talk about appropriations, we act as though if we're spending 15 cents, it's all the money in the world. And then we come to tax credits and they just all go through without the same amount of attention being paid to them. One of the things that happens with tax credits is that the individual who earns them frequently can't use them because our income taxes in Mississippi are so low. Think about it, at a 5% rate, if you're going to use up $1 million worth of tax credits, you have to have $20 million worth of taxable income. So there has developed an industry. These people aren't doing anything wrong. They're just taking advantage of a system that doesn't work as well as it should. And what happens is we're trying to help a historic property. So we'll say they get $1 million worth of tax credits. What they do with those tax credits is they sell them to a middleman whose job it is to find someone who actually has enough income tax liability to use up the credit. That individual gets a fee. And so the state winds up losing 100 cents on the dollar. But the amount of money that gets to the actual project is less than that because it's eaten up with all of this trading. So when this particular piece of legislation came through several years back, I offered an amendment which was accepted, and maybe I should have worded the amendment differently, but to say that you could turn in your tax credits to the Treasury and get a check for 75 cents on the dollar, or you could use them yourself. And my thought is that this would essentially allow the project to get the benefit of the money instead of having all this trading and middlemen and everything. you could use the tax credits for your own tax liability, but that's going to be relatively low. But other than that, they were worth 75 cents on the dollar. And everybody knew that. And so there's a piece of legislation which purports to do something simple. It's just going to make these credits transferable. But unless I'm confused, the credits have already been awarded to the projects. The projects are already underway or planned. And suddenly, with the stroke of a pen, we're going to take tax credits that were worth 75 cents on the dollar and make them worth, I don't know, 85, 90 cents on the dollar, whatever they're worth. And so we're then going to wind up taking a 100 cents on the dollar out of the state treasury instead of 75 cents. The bill, I'm told, has been amended to make this only prospective. But there's a House bill with this feature and a bunch of other features. And my concern is, in so many cases, we don't know what we're doing. I believe there's overwhelming demand for the existing tax credits. So under the existing rules, there are people lined up to get them, far more than have been authorized. So all I'm trying to do is two things, maybe three. Number one, I'm in favor of getting tax credits for historic properties if that's what we're doing. But I want the money to go to the historic property, not to a bunch of middlemen shuffling paper. And if we're going to take 100 cents out of the state treasury, I want that 100% to go to the project, not get eaten up in transaction cost. The other thing I would hope that we do is we try to find out what's actually going on in this world right now. Why is there so much demand? Why are the credits getting eaten up so quickly? I think there may be some huge projects that are eating up all of the credits. But I just think we ought to figure out what we're doing before we do it. I want to make it clear, I'm speaking as someone who very much supports these credits, but I'm concerned about the real-world effect of what appear to be minor changes in the law. Thank you.
Senator Bryan did not make an amendment to the bill in that discussion. Senator, so we're back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Understand what Senator Bryan is saying. I do think that it's important to, I currently like the fact that we have 75% redemption with DOR. I think that having an exchange can be a good thing as well to help people get the cash flow and financing that they would need to do large projects, especially in small towns, and ask that you support the bill.
Thank you,
Mr. President, I ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Any questions? Any further questions? We need to adopt the committee substitute first, Senator. Have we adopted it already? Okay, then we're back to the bill. Senators move to adopt by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call is granted. The bill is passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, ask that the remainder of the finance items be left on the calendar and retain their place.
Retain the place on the calendar. That's 38, 39, and 40. We go next to rules. Senator Kirby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and take up items 41 through 56 in block and ask the title to be read.
Chair moves to suspend the rules, take up items 41 through 56 on today's calendar in block. Does any senator wish to set one of those items aside? Any senator wish to set one of those items aside? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Please read the titles,
Mr. Clerk, would you please read the titles?
Senate Bill number 2075, State Parks, change name of Natchez State Park to Bob M. Deering Natchez State Park. Senate concurrent resolution number 502, remember the legacy of former Governor William F. Winter and extend deepest sympathy of the legislature on his passing. Senate concurrent resolution number 503, commend Asa Branch for winning Miss USA. Senate concurrent resolution number 504, Ted Booth, commend for receiving the 2020 Legislative Staff Achievement Award from NCSL. Senate concurrent resolution number 509, extend deepest sympathy of legislature on the passing of Mississippi sports icon JSU coach W.C. Gordon. Senate concurrent resolution number 510, mourn the passing of former Senator Tommy Moffitt, Sr. of Goshen, Mississippi, and commend his public and charitable service. Senate concurrent resolution number 511, commend Leake Academy Rebels football team for winning the MAIS Class 5A state championship. Senate concurrent resolution number 512, commend the life of legendary college and NFL football player and coach Ray Perkins from Petal, Mississippi. Senate concurrent resolution number 513, recognize the bicentennial celebration of Franklin Academy in Columbus, the first public school in Mississippi. Senate concurrent resolution number 514, extend sympathy of the legislature to the family of the state's longest-serving mayor, Doc Gabbard of Durham, Mississippi. Senate concurrent resolution number 515, extending condolences of Mississippi legislature on the passing of Wiggins Mayor Joel Travis Miles and remembering his legacy. Senate concurrent resolution number 516, pay tribute to the memory and career of pioneering country music superstar Charlie Pride from Sledge, Mississippi. Senate concurrent resolution number 517, pay tribute to the memory of former state senator and representative Nolan Medetol. Senate concurrent resolution number 518, commend Hillcrest Christian fast pitch softball team for MAIS state championship. Senate concurrent resolution number 519, commend Brookhaven High School Panthers boys cross country team for second consecutive state championship. Senate resolution number 1, commend Andy Ogletree for finishing his first Masters as low amateur.
Make a usual motion, Mr. President.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, all these are very deserving and all meet the requirements. And if there are no questions, ask for use of passage by use of the morning roll call.
Any questions? Any questions? Seeing none, the senators suggest use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? No. Seeing none, the bill has passed. Secretary informs me that those of you who wish to be co-sponsors, there is on your desk a list of these. If you would simply circle the ones that you want and write your name on that and put it in the box. And that may save some time and effort. Circle the ones you want to be co-sponsors on, put your name at the top, and put them in the box in front of the Secretary of the Senate. Next, we'll move to the general calendar. Chairman DeBar. Chairman DeBar. Chairman DeBar remain their place on the calendar. We'll move next to Chairman Fillingane. Chairman Fillingane, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 59, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2106, off-duty law enforcement officers authorized to use public vehicles for private security duty.
Made the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
And I move that we adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill, Mr. President.
Move to the Pardon me? Yeah. Senator moves to the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Senate Bill 2106, this authorizes off-duty law enforcement officers to use their official vehicle while performing private security work. The bill requires the person or entity who hires the third party who does the hiring of the officer to name the officer employing jurisdiction as a named insured on the person's or entity's general liability policy and automobile liability policy for at least $500,000. The employing jurisdiction may not authorize the use of the official uniform unless, they already do the official uniform and weapon, but we're adding the vehicle unless the jurisdiction is named on the above policies. And that was put in the bill just to make sure that if there were any accidents or liability issues that came up during the carrying out of these duties, that the person or entity who hired the off-duty law enforcement officer, their insurance would be responsible for paying for all of that. So that is the bill. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the Senate? Senator Horn, you good? Senator Hobson, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr.
Will you
President.
yield, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was listening to your explanation. I'm just looking at the bill. We would be authorizing a private entity and a private employee or contractor to use public property for their duties with the private employer?
That is correct.
Obviously, you think it's a good idea, but don't you think there's some potential exposure to the public entity, number one, and number two, that you're using public dollars, mileage, use of vehicle, et cetera, when you're not on the public job?
Well, great question, and you're correct. So this law already allows for the officer to use his uniform, his or her uniform, and his or her official duty weapon, and this simply adds the vehicle to that list that is already existing. And so those concerns that you raised were raised in the committee, and that's why we put into the bill the language about the insurance and making sure that the insurance up to $500,000 was in place. And before an off-duty officer can be hired by one of these entities, they must have that insurance in place, and the official, like police department or sheriff's department, whichever it is, has to be listed as the insured. We also have language in here who says that obviously any issues that come up during the course and scope of their work is not to be held against the public entity, but rather against the third-party entity that has hired the off-duty officer.
What if I'm, let's say, a mall cop, and my job every night is to circle around the mall, and it's probably not a lot of miles, but I put 10 or 15 miles on the car that night. That's use of the public property, correct?
It is, yes.
And so we're diminishing the value of the public property while somebody's performing their private duty services. Would that be correct?
That could be correct, but I will also point out that in starting on lines 19 and following, no one is requiring this to happen. This is simply allowing a sheriff's department or a police department, if that department so chooses, to help their officers out with having additional work. Because as you know, most of these law enforcement officers make very little. They're public employees, but they don't get paid a lot. And so I think what you have here are people like the Sheriff's Association and the Police Officer Associations who would like to allow for this to happen, to help their officers get extra hours after their public duty hours is over. And so if the sheriff or the police chief does not choose to sign off on this, it doesn't happen.
Well, the sheriff and the police chief, they're not the policy-making body of their counties or cities, are they?
No, sir, they're not, but they are in the sheriff's department. They're elected, certainly, and the police chief serves at the pleasure of the mayor and the board, who are elected. So they certainly bear responsibility to the electors.
No, I get that, but I just don't think the sheriff would have the ability to be able to make a decision on whether or not the public property of the county would be utilized for private duty services. It seems like that ought to be the Board of Supervisors that would have to make that call.
Certainly, if you'd like to make an amendment, Senator Hobson, I welcome any of those.
Do you think this bill could put us on a slippery slope for other public officials using their private property, using public property for their private duties?
Let me make a clarification. On line 16, the governing authority of the municipality must approve of such use of the uniform, official weapon, and vehicle by the municipal law enforcement officers. So in that instance, the governing authority does, in fact, have to make that call. I was incorrect about that.
But not for the sheriff or?
No, in the county, it's the sheriff must approve of that.
So my question was, you may have answered, I'm sorry, I got caught up on that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Do you think this puts us on a slippery slope of other public officials utilizing public property for their private duties?
I don't. I really don't. I think what you have here is a continuation. We already allow for the uniform, which is public property, the weapon, which is public property. This is simply a continuation to allow the vehicle, because most of them aren't going to walk to these private duties. They're going to drive there.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Any other questions? Any other questions? We're on the committee substitute, I believe, Senator.
I move adoption of the committee substitute, Mr. President.
Senator moves to adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized on the bill.
And we would move adoption by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator, adopted use of the morning roll call final passage. Does anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Mr. Clerk, please up. Senator Hobson, Polk, Angela Turner Ford, Michelle, DeBar, Thomas, Jordan, England, Hill, Frazier, Simmons, Derrick. Others? Okay. All others voted aye. The bill is passed. Senator, your pardon me? Senator Suber?
Senator Blackman.
Oh, Senator Blackman. No, I'm sorry, Senator. I didn't see you up there. And thank you for dispersing. That's very helpful to everyone.
Hill, present.
Senator Witherspoon? No. Senator Butler? No. Others? Others? Okay, seeing none, the bill is passed. And,
Parks, no.
pardon me? Parks? No. No. Just 1 second then, let me add them up. Parks is no. Mr. Clerk. I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk, Parks was a yes. I had that, misread the wave.
That's all right.
Is Nicole ready?
With a vote with 13 noes, the bill is passed. We'll move to number 60. Senator Fillingham, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to the item called up and have the title read.
Item 16, Senator McMahon, did you hit your?
Mr. President, I'd like unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to Senate Bill 2106.
2106. Seeing no objection, permission is granted. Senator Fillingham, you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 60, have it called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2270, autopsies, provide for confidentiality of photographs and recordings of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I move that we go to the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill and ask that you recognize Senator Boyd to explain the committee sub.
You recognize the Plains Committee sub. Senator Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill that you have before you comes about as the result of the death of a young man in Lauderdale County, Christian Andriaco. Christian's death and the circumstances surrounding his death have been the subject of podcasts, 48-hour specials, and many things, but that's not why this particular bill is in front of you today. In the midst of the circumstances surrounding this young man's death and his parents dealing with all of this, crime scene photos, autopsy photos were leaked own the social media and the web with horrific captions and many things showing this man and showing this young man in, his deepest, darkest hour. So as we investigated and looked into the situation, Senator Doty began work on this bill last year. We've continued this work with Senator Tate. And looking at the situation, we found out, unfortunately, this has happened all too often across the country. And many states have enacted laws that will prevent, hopefully, this from happening again. So the bill before you, what it does is it provides that autopsy and media records are confidential. We're actually going to offer an amendment to strengthen that just a little bit more. It provides a procedure under which surviving relatives of the deceased may view and copy autopsy records. The bill exempts a number of entities from confidentiality requirements under certain circumstances, including local governments, state or federal agencies, criminal or administrative proceedings, medical examiners, or medical physicians for educational purposes. We have worked extensively with the pathologist on this and the State Medical Association, making sure that all these circumstances are covered. Further, the bill provides a procedure with which a court may authorize a person to view or copy autopsy media records upon demonstration of good cause. A violation of this court order is a felony under this bill. Last, the bill criminalizes the custodian of an autopsy media record who knowingly violates this act. Mr. President, I have an amendment on the desk that we would like to offer.
I think we have to adopt the committee substitute first before we adopt the
I'm sorry.
We're ready for your
I
motion.
move to adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill. I'm sorry, I thought we already
The
did
Senator
that.
moves to adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're recognized, Senator.
Okay. Mr. President, can I have the amendment read, please?
Please read the amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amend on line 25 by adding the following after the word means. Number 1, further amend on line 26 by changing the period to a semicolon and adding the following. And 1, a photograph, video, or audio recording of a crime scene taken by or used by the coroner or the medical examiner. Further amend on line 50 by adding the following after the word a, coroner or a.
After this bill went through, may I explain the amendment?
Please.
After this bill went through the committee process, I want to thank Senator Angela Turner Ford and Senator Derek Simmons, who thought that the language needed to be strengthened in this process, and so we are offering that amendment today to strengthen the language of this to make sure that this would cover all autopsy photos and all images that are taken by the coroner during this process. So that's what that amendment is. Mr. Chairman.
Any questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
I move to adopt the amendment.
Senator moves to adopt the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, we have a second amendment, and I'll yield the floor to Senator Tate for that amendment.
Senator Tate, you're recognized for an amendment to the committee sub. It's on the screen, Ms. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President. My amendment would be to amend on line 16 by adding after the following 416116 that this section shall be referred to and may be cited as Christian's Law. This will be in honor of the late Christian Andriacchio that Senator Boyd just referenced. If there are no questions, I move to adopt the amendment.
Questions? Any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Mr. President, I'll open questions on the bill.
Questions on the bill? We'll have to adopt the committee substitute first, I think. We've already done that? Okay, well, then we're back to the bill. We're good to go, Senator.
If there's no further questions, I ask for use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? No. Seeing none, please record all the names of voting yes. The bill is passed. We'll move to Senator Wiggins. Well, one second. Senator McClendon, For what purpose do you seek recognition?
Thank you, sir. By unanimous roll call, I would like to be added to the passed bill, please.
Unanimous consent.
Unanimous, please.
Consent, I got it. Any objection? Seeing no objection is granted. Senator England, you're recognized for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I also seek unanimous consent to be added as a co-author of that bill.
Unanimous consent. Any objection? See no objection. Unanimous consent is granted. Senator Parks, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. President, for the same purpose, to be added as a co-author with unanimous consent.
Seeing no objection, unanimous consent. So what we're going to do here to save some time, we're going to ask everyone to stand, please, or raise your hand if you want unanimous consent. And Mr. Clerk, Mr. Secretary, if you'd help me read. Sparks, McClendon, Bart, Parker, Kaufman, Mann, Chasnall, Barrett, Wiggins, Blackwell, Whaley, Thompson, Thompson. Can you see Senator Black behind me? Okay. England, Tate, Carter, Seymour, Sampson Jackson, Suber, thank you, Senator. Juan Barnett, Senator Barnett. Got Sparks. Anyone else? Parks and Younger. And Chisholm, please. I'm going to ask you to read the names, Mr. Clerk. Chisholm, Parks, and Younger were the last. Okay, would you read those, please?
Voting to be co-author, asking for co-authorship. All these, okay. McClendon, England, Sparks, Tate, Williams, Carter, Seymour, Sampson Jackson, Suber, Barnett, Parks, Chisholm, Younger, Parker, Kaufman, McMahon, Chasnall, Barrett, Wiggins, Whaley, Thompson, and England.
Fillingane, please. Add Fillingane to that, Senator Fillingane. Anyone else? Anyone else? Moran and Blackwell. Moran and Blackwell. Senator Barrett also should be on that list. You got him? Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Seeing none, we're on 61 on the calendar, and we'll go to Senator Wiggins. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item number 61, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2020, Tribal Identification Cards, recognizes legal means of personal identification.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We passed this bill last year. This is Senator Branning's bill. It creates the tribal identification cards. This was requested by the tribe in her district, and it allows the identification cards that gets created by them to be accepted as a legal form of identification. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready, Senator, for your motion.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator's suggested use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to that procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? No. Seeing none, the bill is passed. Please record all the names as voting yes on the morning roll call. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
I ask that number 62 remain its place on the calendar.
62 retains its place on the calendar. We'll go to Chairman DeBar. Chairman DeBar, you're good. So we'll move to Chairman Fillingane. Chairman Fillingane. One moment, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 64, called up and have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. Item 64, Senate Bill 2068.
Senate Bill number 2068, Voyeurism, revised sentencing.
I made the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill does is it lowers the age of the offender from the current age of 21 years of age down to 18 years of age for the crime of voyeurism under previous law, it was not possible to charge an offender who was 18 or older but not yet 21 years of age for this crime. And if you're curious why would we care about that or want to do it, is apparently on one of our college campuses down in the Hattiesburg area recently, there were maybe some folks who were flying drones and taking pictures inside the female dorms or sorority houses and then posting them and those sorts of things. So we certainly, when those were investigated, the prosecutor said, well, these kids are 18, 19, there's nothing we can do to them. And so obviously we had a lot of unhappy parents and unhappy young ladies at the university. And so we're trying to fix that loophole in the law. That's what this bill attempts to do.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you're recognized.
I move adoption by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object to the procedure in which the recorder's voting no? No. Seeing none, please call all the names as voting yes, and the bill has passed. Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 65, call it up and have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2552, Pretrial Intervention Program, prohibit eligibility for persons charged with public embezzlement over a certain amount.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I move adoption of the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill, Mr. President.
Please explain the committee substitute.
If you could recognize Senator Sparks for the explanation
Senator
of the
Parks,
committee.
you're recognized for explanation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Fillingham. Bill 2552 addresses the crimes of fraud or embezzlement of public monies. So this is in a public office. There is a pretrial diversion program that is often offered to first-time offenders of crimes, and the pretrial program keeps a conviction off your record and ultimately self-expunges. The problem we were running into, particularly the state auditor, is that there was an issue where someone would steal public funds, participate in a pretrial diversion program, that be erased, and then they'd be reemployed somewhere down the road and handling public funds. So all we are asking in this bill is that public fund embezzlement or fraud be excluded from participation in the pretrial diversion program if that fraud is $10,000 or greater. I would accept any questions on the bill at this time, Mr.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill?
If there are no questions, I'd ask that we move to adopt the committee sub.
Senator moves to adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're back on the bill.
I would yield to any questions, and if there are not any questions, move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Questions? Anyone? Questions? Senator Suber, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. President. A question?
Will you yield for a question, Senator Sparks?
I do, Mr. President.
Senator Sparks, is there a reason why you set the amount at $10,000?
Well, as it relates to the $10,000 threshold, I think that's the more egregious issues. One of the things that could happen, there could be some unintentional action, I think, that could occur that we would give the DAs some leverage. They don't have to offer pretrial. That could be rejected, but I think that was kind of a meeting of the minds that, you know, if it was above this threshold, you were kind of outside of the bounds of mistake.
And your intent was to keep someone who is being charged with an embezzlement of public funds from being able to participate in the pretrial program?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Suber. Any other questions? Any questions? Okay, we're on the final passage.
Mr. President, I would move for passage, final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator moves for morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? No. Seeing none, please all record all the names as voting yes, and the bill has passed. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 66, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2561, Empower Reentry Through Learning Act, authorize provisional driver's license for eligible inmates.
I make the usual motion.
I think that's Licensing Act, Mr. Clerk. Could you read the title again there? I think you misspoke on that title.
56.
66, sir. It was licensing, not learning, I believe.
Okay, Senate Bill number 2561, empower reentry through licensing act, authorize provisional driver's license for eligible inmate.
That's correct. Thank you.
Item make the usual motion, Mr. President.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Filligan.
And if you'll again recognize Senator Sparks for the explanation of the bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for explanation of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2561 attempts to accomplish what we've tried to do in several instances to make sure that someone's coming out of the custody of MDOC has proper identification so that they can go have employment, so that they can also have driving privileges to go to that employment, that they can also go to meet their probation or parole officer. So the first thing that we are encouraging to do is that when someone comes into the custody of MDOC, that the Department of Corrections works with the Department of Public Safety to develop the driving history, the eligibility, any outstanding warrants that would be subject to the person that's being entered into the system, because that's going to determine their license eligibility upon exit. That's part of their discharge plan, which is already in code during the call to parole plan or discharge plan. We also want to encourage the department to help obtain the proper documentation for the inmate, birth certificates, social security cards, things of this magnitude that are needed for a license. But upon exit from the MDOC, particularly in Section 3, there is a provisional license that will be granted for 6 months when someone is released from incarceration so that they can get out, travel, get their employment in order, get their affairs in order, and also go to any courts that they have outstanding warrants that they can get that cleared up and enter into a payment plan. It is a provisional license, so there's limitations that the person can travel to an employer, to a school, to somewhere where the licensee's minor child, this is on line 46, is it a school or daycare, a scheduled meeting with a probation or parole officer, or any place that the licensee has been authorized to travel by their probation or parole officer, and their place of worship. This will not be a commercial driver's license, cannot be a commercial driver's license, and in Section 4, you are ineligible for such license if you are convicted of a driving under the influence offense or a vehicular homicide. In subsection B of Section 4, you're also excluded if for some reason under Article 3 of the Driver's License Compact, you're not allowed from another state to actually participate. So basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to put an identification in the hands of someone when they leave the Department of Public Safety, when they leave the Department of Corrections. The Department of Public Safety is empowered with this ability. On lines 134, the offender shall be furnished. If you're eligible for a regular driver's license, we want to make sure you have that upon exit. Otherwise, you get a provisional license as described in this act. Third category would be a state identification card that's not a department-issued ID card. There is a concern with Gold Star IDs, travel, flights, etc. We're not asking the department to do something they cannot do, so the third option would be a state identification card. That is the basics of the bill. I would yield to any questions at this time, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion. One second, please. Senator Seymour, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield for a question, Senator?
I do, Mr.
Please
President.
proceed.
Senator, will this in any way allow them to operate a vehicle without insurance under the provisions?
No, sir. They would still be bound by every other law. They've got to stop at stop signs. They've got to stop at red lights. And if they violate, they have to have insurance. If they violate, they can lose their provisional license.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your
Thank
question.
you, Senator Seymour. Senator Turner, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
We yield for a question, Senator.
I yield.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will an inmate who is released, who has an outstanding child support obligation be able to receive this license?
It is my understanding that unless they're excluded for the reasons that are listed in the bill, they will be given a provisional license. So I do think that that would include that. Our goal and intent is you have a 6-month period that you can move around and get employment because we want them to satisfy those outstanding child support situations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Turner. Senator Hill, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I have a question.
Will you for a question, Senator?
I yield.
Thank you. I think what Senator Seymour brought up was a pretty good point, and honestly, I had not thought about it until he mentioned that. If we proceed with these provisional licenses, and then somebody does run over somebody, have a wreck or whatever, and they don't have insurance, guess who they're going to come and complain to? The Mississippi legislature. So my question is there a way that we can make sure that they at least have some kind of liability insurance before we give them this provisional license? Because this is not a standard license. This is special. So that's my question is, before we give them these licenses and give them this privilege, shouldn't we make sure that they at least have some kind of liability protection since this is a special case?
Well, I think first of all, insurance is a private contract amongst folks. I think it would be hard for the state to come in and demand someone is insured before they receive a driver's license. I don't think we hold people to that criteria that go get a intermediate driver's license or go get a learner's permit. The concern I would have is that they are on most likely post-release supervision when they leave. The last thing they want to do is violate the law. And one of the things in their case plan is we're trying to help people as they come out to say, here's what you must do. And I would expect that if you're going to be given a provisional driver's license, you know that you must have insurance. And if you don't have insurance, you're in violation of the law. And if you're in violation of the law, you're potentially in violation of your probation. I think they have a very vested interest to make sure that they are doing things properly.
Yeah, but that would wind up being a technical violation from what I've gathered. If it was something like no insurance, I mean, that's not going to send them back. So I am extremely concerned about the effects of, because, I mean, if they're coming out, how are they going to pay for insurance? Who's going to pay for it? I mean, I just think that's something that MDOC ought to have their ducks in a row about before we start giving provisional driver's license. I mean, you may disagree, but I know that when it does happen, the phone calls are going to come, and they're going to come to us. Because I already get tons of complaints about people getting hit all the time, and even though we have an uninsured motorist law and that you're supposed to have insurance, people don't have it. People consistently don't have it. And we've done nothing, honestly, as a body to correct that to the general public. And it's not right. And it's just a huge complaint that I get, and I hope that we can consider some way to maybe address it. But I do appreciate the intent of what you're doing.
Thank you, Senator.
Other questions? Other questions on the bill? Senator, we're ready for your motion.
I would move passage on the morning roll call, Your Honor.
Senator suggested use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to that procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all the names as voting yes, and the bill is passed. Senator Turner, for what purpose you seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to the bill that just passed.
Seeing no objection, unanimous consent is granted. Senator Blunt, same. Senator Barnett, Senator Horn, Terry, Witherspoon. Did you get Terry? Simmons, Jordan, Sampson Jackson, Sarita Simmons, and Albert Butler, Senator Butler, and Senator Frazier. We got Thomas.
Frazier. Thomas Butler.
Anyone else? Anyone else? You want to read the names, please, Mr. Clerk?
Voting to be co-authors. Unanimous consent to be co-authors. Blunt, Barnett, Horn, Witherspoon, Frazier, Butler, Thomas, Sampson Jackson, Sarita Simmons, Jordan, Derek Simmons, and Angela Turner Ford.
Senator Blackman, are you up there? Pardon me? Who's upstairs here? Norwood? Please add Senator Norwood. Okay, anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, permission is granted. Seeing no objection. We'll go back on the calendar. Senator DeBar. Senator DeBar, you're good? Senator DeBar's good. Senator Barnett is good. Senator Tate, Chairman Tate is good. All of these will retain their place on the calendar. We're looking at 70, 71. Senator Jordan is good. 72. Chairman Wiggins. Senator Wiggins is good. Chairman Senator Turner Ford is good. Chairman Blackwell. Chairman Blackwell, you're recognized. We're on 76.
So, yeah, I'd like to, Mr. President, I'd like to go to item 76 and Senate Bill 2252 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2552, Special Care Facility for Parole Inmates, authorized parole for medically frail inmates, licensure, and Medicaid reimbursement.
Mr. President, I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Mr. President, I ask that the committee substitute be referred to in lieu of the original bill.
Committee substitute, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
And I request that Senator Wiggins be allowed to explain the bill.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. First of all, the committee substitute has a reverse repealer in it, and what this bill is doing, don't need to tell you about the inmate population and the costs that we're dealing with in the Department of Corrections. What this bill is doing is allowing for a facility to be set up to address the most frail and needy inmates in the system, that they can be paroled to this facility to get rehabilitation, to get treatment, and it's only available to your nonviolent, no murderers, no sex offenders, no anybody like that. When we were in appropriations, it was asked and told us that we are presently spending $80 million of state dollars on health care for inmates. This will be a way that we can help the Department of Corrections reduce that. Also, by doing this, 2/3 of the tab in this facility will be picked up by the feds, and so the projections are that it will be a net cost savings to the state of Mississippi. Again, it does have a reverse repealer. We're working on the appropriation side of this to see where that goes. We've also been in talks with the governor's office, obviously the lieutenant governor's office, and the commissioner of corrections to try to what we call relieve the pressure on the medical side of this, dealing with our inmates. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Just two friendly questions.
Friendly question. Senator, will you yield for a question?
Will this unit be part of the Department of Corrections, or so we'll be looking at a new certificate of need, and somebody's going to be out there trying to build these things and get a certificate of need?
So, first of all, it is a certificate of need, and the committee substitute changed it from a shall to a may. We did that. And then there is a facility, they are going to rehab, there's facilities already out there. Mm-hmm. And by the way, this allows for that to be done. It's not going to be housed at the Department of Corrections. There are facilities that are present that can be rehabbed to do that. And the bill states that it has to be between 60 and 100. And since this bill has come up, there are other facilities out there that could take advantage of this to help us with this.
But you would have a private management contract to run it, is correct?
As I understand it, yes.
Okay. And
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, as I understand it, yes.
So we could have more than one of these things across the state, depending on the need. And so what we're looking at the state paying for is getting these facilities in order, and then somebody coming in and and doing a private contract to lease it or manage it?
As I understand it, they would be subject to all the laws that are in place on that. And yes, it would be based on the cost per inmate today. And I need to say this, that actually this is a result of a 2019 peer report that came out that talked about, and I have it up here, that came out talking about the costs to the Department of Corrections for inmate care. And so this is building on that peer report to do that.
And I don't disagree with that. I want to say that if this does go through, you know, at some point, of course, we'll have to come back and look at the analysis and see how much money it did save. But my second question is, if those inmates who are paroled to these facilities, just strictly based on medical condition, if they recover to where they can go back in the general population, is there any provision that says that they'll go back and, you know, be reconsidered, or are they going to automatically be turned out if they recover well enough to, I mean, they're going to have to go back before the parole board if they, you know, their medical condition is, you know, turns around and they don't need to be in that facility? How's that going to be handled?
So it's a good question. I don't actually think that's going to be an issue, because actually if you look at starting at line 510, it defines medically frail, and it says an individual who is a minimal threat to society as a result of his or her medical condition, whose ability to perform activities of daily living is significantly impaired, and who may have limited mobility as the result of one or more of the following conditions. And you go in at mental disorder, complex medical condition. So the point is that this is to take care of those who actually, honestly, it's almost the equivalent of hospice care, to be quite honest. And so I don't think they're going to end up to that stage. And currently, the Department of Corrections is having to deal with this to the tune of at least $80 million. And this is the idea to just kind of relieve some of the pressure and reduce the costs.
I think you've answered my questions. And MDOC will make that determination as to who goes into these facilities.
Well, actually, the bill says the parole board can parole them to this facility as a, I forget the word, but as a medically frail person, they can parole them to this facility to get that treatment.
But I mean, I know there's people get well from all kind of diagnoses that they're not supposed to get well from. So my concern is, do they go back before the parole board if they get better, or do they just go home? I guess that's my question.
I don't think they'll go home. They'll continue to be a paroled inmate and go with all that stuff that goes on.
So they actually could be back out in the population, and the only reason why they're paroled is their medical condition.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Jordan, for what purpose you seek recognition?
I have a question.
Mr.
President, to the Chairman.
Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Chairman, you have an idea how much cost this would be?
I have my numbers. I think I left it at my desk. It depends on thank you very much. It depends on the average per diem nursing facility rate, and that could be anywhere between $445 a day to $221 a day. So if we're at the $221 a day, you're looking at, for 100 beds, 1.9 million of the state share, and on the Fed share, you're looking at 6.4 million. If we're talking about the 445 per day cost, you're looking at, for 100 beds, 3.8 million, and the Fed share would be 12.8 million. And that's what it would be. Understand, again, that these are the most sickly and infirm, and so those have your highest costs that the current Department of Corrections is having to bore.
Yeah, and we're asking the federal government to pay for those who are ill, incarcerated persons, and it'll run about $6-some million a year from what you've just given me.
Yes, based on 100 beds, and the bill requires it to be up to between 60 and 100 beds. The feds would be, based on our calculations, we'd be looking at $6.4 million. And let me say this, speaking of the feds, and I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot more as we go through the session, but we are under the threat of a federal lawsuit with our Department of Corrections. Much of what's going to be coming before us, or even stuff that we've already worked on, is to deal with that threat of the federal lawsuit from the DOJ, and this would be one of those things that we could, that would assist us in addressing that.
Yes. But at the same time, we turn out $1 billion a year to help someone who's not incarcerated, senior citizen who need these services. We turn out $1 billion a year, and yet we're asking the federal government to pay for, possibly, the hospitalization of inmates. I'm confused to the point that we turn out $1 billion a year.
Well, Senator Jordan, that's why Chairman Blackwell is at the Medicaid helm this year, so you can speak with him about that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Other questions? Other questions on the bill? Other questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
We have a committee substitute first. You have to.
Move to adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're back to the bill.
Move passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggested use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none. One present, pardon me. Senator Hill, present. President, Senator McMahon, present. Turner Ford, present. McClendon, present. Anyone else? Jordan, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. Senator Horn, for what purpose you seek recognition?
I request for unanimous consent to be added as a co-author.
Seeing no objection, unanimous consent is granted. Anyone else? Okay, you want to read the presents, please, Mr. Clerk?
Okay. Voting present were Hill, McMahon, Turner Ford, McClendon, and Jordan.
Okay. Senator Parker, we are recognized. We're on 77.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 77, Senate Bill 2124. Have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2124, Mississippi Department of Employment Security provides various provisions regarding authority of.
I'm going to move we adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill and be recognized to explain.
Please explain. You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a cleanup bill for the Mississippi Department of Employment Security. During the pandemic, we had several issues that became evident that we're looking to try to clean up as a result. In particular, what this bill would do is fix a loophole that allowed some people to basically kind of double dip on benefits. So as we go through the bill here, if you go to line 649 through 659, this clarifies that a person eligible for unemployment benefits shall not include individuals receiving voluntary payments from employers, even if they are not performing work, and even if the payments are in lieu of regular wages. We had some situations where people were basically, they were being paid, but because they were not performing work in the statute, there was a loophole that allowed them to apply for unemployment benefits, and as a result of our statute, unemployment security had to provide those benefits. I don't think there was necessarily malice in that. There was misunderstanding as a result of the pandemic, but this would clarify that in the event that we had a similar circumstance again, that there would not be essentially a similar event occurring. It also, on lines 669 through 672, clarifies this same point for administrative leave. A couple other little cleanup things, lines 802 through 803, allows MDS to designate someone other than the executive director with the authority to declare that an employer report is incorrect, assess contributions due, or assess a penalty for non-compliant employers. This basically allows, in this past year, the whole system was overwhelmed, from phone calls to duties placed on the executive director. There were just so many things to do that this is the ask to kind of share the burden a little bit. In addition to that, lines 843 through 849 provides the executive director with the authority to abate interest accrued on past due contributions from the employer. Basically, there are several employers who have had a large amount of interest that has accrued during this pandemic time. This would allow the executive director to look at these on a case-by-case basis and make a determination if it's appropriate to abate the interest. They would not be able to abate the principal due, but it just gives some flexibility to try to look out for employers as they're trying to recover from the pandemic. In lines 897 through 1006 sporadically, it updates the language to include tax offsets from both the Mississippi Department of Revenue and the Federal Treasury Department. That's just some cleanup language in the statute. And then lines 1496 and 1497 provides that if an employer commits pseudo-dumping, which is a tax evasion scheme where shell companies are formed to creatively manipulate and obtain a lower unemployment rate, the employer will have a minimum increase in its tax rate of 2%. So those are the basic things the bill does, and be glad to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, ready for
we
motion.
adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
Motion made to adopt the committee sub. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the bill.
Move passage on the use of morning roll call.
So there's just use of the morning roll call, final passage. Any objection to that procedure? When wish to be recorded as voting no. Any present? Seeing none. All shown as voting aye, and the bill is passed. We go to 78. Chairman Parker? Good. Chairman DeBar? Good. Chairman Branning is not present. Chairman Horn? Good. Chairman Moran? Good. Chairman Bryan? Good. Chairman Fillingane? Chairman Fillingane?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 100, called up and have the title read.
Item number 100. All other items retain their place on the calendar. Item 100. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2279, parole and probation, criminalizing absconding.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I move that we adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill and ask that you recognize Chairman Wiggins to explain the committee sub.
Chairman Wiggins, you're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. This is a simple bill. This was requested by Commissioner Tyndall at Department of Public Safety, and this is named after, in the committee substitute, we named the bill after Lieutenant Troy Morris, who was killed in the line of duty. And what it does is it declares that if there's a person who's absconded for more than 6 months, then they can be charged with escape and face that penalty. This is a result, not a result, but this is part of, if you saw the DPS's top 10 most wanted, the number one that they caught was a sex offender who'd been impersonating a preacher, and he'd been absconded from earned release for more than 6 months. And in the committee substitute, we changed it from probation to earned release, because what the commissioner has found is that it's the issues on earned release when they're being let out on that. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready. Motion, sir.
Move adoption, passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
We got a committee substitute first, Senator.
Move to adopt the committee substitute.
Senator Hill, did you have?
No, I'd like to be added as a co-author for unanimous consent after it passes.
Thank you very much, Senator. All in favor of the committee substitute signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. All right, we're ready for the motion, sir.
Move passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggest use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to record as voting no? No. Seeing none.
Simmons 12.
Pardon me?
Simmons 12.
Simmons is a no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Someone over my head here. Senator Norwood? Says Senator Norwood? No. Senator Norwood. No one else. All the remaining voting is aye, and the bill is passed. And we go to Senator Hill. If you pick her up, you got her? Co-sponsor? Okay. Any other co-sponsors? McMahon, Younger, Williams, Bart,
Suber,
Fillingham, Carter, Suber. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. Would you read those names, Mr. Clerk, please?
Voting to be co-author, Fillingham, Carter, McMahon, Younger, Williams, Suber, and Hill.
All are granted. Back to you, Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to the next item, number 101, call it up and have the title read.
Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2569, urine, create the crime of selling or tampering with urine.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill Senator Harkins has filed and actually presented in committee, but it's a good bill, and in his absence, I will explain it. This bill criminalizes the selling, transferring, marketing, manufacturing, or giving away of human or synthetic urine with the intent to defraud or cause deceitful results in a drug or alcohol screening test. So what you have now, unfortunately, are the places where you can go and purchase these products and submit them for your urinology tests to pass a drug screen for jobs or parole or those types of issues. And it's becoming more and more common, unfortunately, so this is why this bill is before us, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Turner Ford, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question?
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
Certainly.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question that I have relates specifically to the adulterant, and the example that Senator Harkins gave when he presented the bill in committee was that I think a minor or someone was in possession of this substance. Do you know where it's purchased or where it's being sold and what it is?
Thank you for that question, Madam Chairwoman. I asked the same thing of Senator Harkins, Chairman Harkins, and he says that in some places you can purchase these at like convenience stores, like gas stations and these types of places. And I think they define the adulterant in the bill starting on line 12. It can include any of these sorts of substances: bleach, chromium, creatinine, detergent, and a whole bunch of other hydrochloric acid, I can't even pronounce some of these, hydroiodic acid, iodine nitrate, potassium dichromate, potassium nitrate, sodium nitrite. So all sorts of substances. I needed Senator Jordan up here to pronounce all of these chemical names, but there's all sorts of substances that you can add to basically throw off the screen and make it a negative screen instead of a positive screen.
And whatever this product is that's sold in convenience stores, is it marketed as an adulterant for urine?
That's exactly what I understand, yes. And it's just not criminal right now, so I mean there's no problem with these folks selling it because it's a legal product currently.
So I guess my question was, is it, and as he presented it, what came to mind is it something that's being purchased and being used off-label?
Actually, I think it's being used on-label.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Norwood, for what purpose you seek recognition? Question, will you yield for a question, Senator Fairbanks?
Yes, sir.
It's to your left upstairs.
Is it the same for urine that's sold off the market?
That's right.
So I mean, you're talking about if it's regulated in the stores. But I'm saying if an individual sale, is it the same? Is it the same penalty, the same price, or is that included?
Correct. It's a great question. It's the act is of giving away or selling this fake, or it can be the actual substance, as long as it's mine and not yours, and I'm giving it or selling it to you for the purpose of you allowing to pass a drug test or a toxicology test.
Thank you, Senator Phillips.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Jordan, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I know the job market runs short because people can't qualify based on what's in urine.
Yes, sir.
You have an idea how great that number is and what effect it has on employment, because we have a lot of young people who walking around who need to be employed who can't pass the urine test. Do you feel that these products, those chemicals that are being sold, that they're using, I guess an analogy can be done on the urine to find out which one of these chemicals are in it.
Correct.
And then if those chemicals are in it, in the urine specimen, and it's keeping that young man from getting a job or others in greater number, then that ought not to be sold.
Exactly.
It should not be sold any place.
Exactly, Mr. Chairman. That's what we're trying to accomplish with this piece of legislation, because you're so right. There's so many jobs out there that go unfilled in many instances because of the inability to pass one of these drug screens. Yes.
So we probably need to look at those chemicals that are wherever they are being purchased and see that they get off of the market, because they are indirectly hurting that individual that purchased it.
You're exactly right, and it really enables the individuals to continue on without getting the treatment that they need. So if they have a drug problem, we need to know that so that we can get them the assistance that they need and get off the drug so that they can fill one of these jobs. But just to allow them to continue passing a test by faking the test is really not helping them in the long run either, because they have this chemical dependency that they need to get treatment for.
Well, finally, the market that need young men employed are hurting because of what's in the urine.
That's
the
correct.
urine test.
Yes, sir.
And we need to fix it so that these young men can go to work and make a life for themselves.
I completely agree with you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hobson, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see the list of products in Section 1. Are we certain that this covers all the areas that are being intended and utilized for human urine or synthetic urine?
Right. Well, this is the latest information. I'm sure, there's another bill that we're dealing with maybe later in the week, dealing with epinephrine or pseudoephedrine, and these things change so quickly. I mean, technology gets ahead of the law because, a few years ago we had to pass a law to keep the meth makers, the homemade, meth labs from cropping up all over the state, and now they have new ingredients that are more powerful and better at making the meth than the Sudafed. So I think you raise an excellent point, and I certainly can't stand here before you and proclaim any expertise as a chemist in whether all of these additives listed beginning in lines 12 through lines 26 is going to be all encompassing of everything that might be used. But I think it's the latest information that Chairman Harkin had at the time, which is why I included this in his bill, and it may need to be updated over time. I have every reason to believe it probably would be.
Yeah, I think you made the point, I think the excellent point, that they're going to continue, something's going to come along next, and we've got this bill that identifies these products.
Yes,
There's
sir.
going to be the next thing that comes along, so we're not constantly chasing our tail on this. It just seems to me that we would, the easier thing to do would be to say, if somebody's doing this, they're committing fraud.
Right.
And why don't we just stiffen the penalties for fraud? That's what we're trying to do. We're going to, what's the next product we're going to ban? I mean, it looks like potentially if you looked at this, you could be banning detergent, and I know that's not what the intent is, bleach, I think iodine, those kind of things. I'm just concerned about putting this language into the law because I don't think it's comprehensive enough, and I think it could lead to a lot of confusion. I think maybe I'd like to put a reverse repealer in this bill because I think it needs some additional study, and I think we ought to look at maybe tightening this language up to I think, get to the root of the problem, and that is people that are committing fraud.
I would have no problem with that. I will note on line 11, it does say without limitation, so they're not saying that these are the exclusive ingredients that only can be used to fake a test. It just lists these as the current known ones, but it does say without limitation. So I think the wording there accomplishes perhaps what you're talking about to say that including but not limited to these items. But I certainly recognize that you are correct and that this will not forever and always be the only ingredients that are used in these types of products, I'm sure. I don't know if the without limitation language is enough to satisfy your concern, but I think that's why that was included on line 11.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions? Other questions? Okay, Senator, we're ready for motions. Do you want to speak on the bill, Senator Hobson?
Senator Hobson would like to offer a reverse repealer amendment.
1 second. We have Senator Hill, I think, was right before you, Senator Hobson. 1 moment, please. Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
A question, please.
Will you yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
I guess my question would be along the lines of Senator Hobson's questions. You know, everybody has bleach in their house and people have iodine for this or that. So, I mean, how would we determine, you know, whether or not that person had that particular chemical with the intent?
Well, it's not, great question. It's not unlawful to possess these items. If you'll look on line 28 and 27, it's unlawful for the person to sell, give away, distribute, manufacture, or market human or synthetic urine in the state or transport it into the state with the intent of using that product to defraud or cause deceitful results in a drug or alcohol screening test. So if you're prosecuting this crime, you don't just have to show the possession of these ingredients, you have to show that the intent of the person selling or giving that product away is for the specific purpose of deceitfully passing a drug or alcohol test. That's the crime.
I guess my question would be, you know, is it going to make some of these manufacturers of some of these, you know, things like bleach and iodine, is it going to cause them to, you know, have some kind of thing you got to sign before you go buy bleach and iodine and stuff like that? I mean, that's a legitimate question, I think, because, I mean, how does somebody know if, you know, a mama's going to buy bleach to wash clothes with and then her son gets the bleach and wants to dilute his urine because he's trying to pass a drug test? That's just, you know, just a general concern. I understand the fake urine. I'll no problem with that, but the adulterants is where I begin to have questions because people use things in a household for many, many reasons. You know, I'm still concerned about if I were to have, you know, fertilizing lime at my house and, you know, lye and some of that stuff.
Right.
If you're got precursors, so maybe you can help me.
I understand your concern, and again, it's not a crime to possess any of these adulterants. It's a crime to pass those off or sell them or give them away in an effort to pass a drug test. So I think that answers hopefully your question. I mean, it's not unlawful to own a gun or to have a knife, but if you use that to kill somebody, then that probably becomes criminal. So I mean, there's all sorts of examples of that we have throughout our law.
Other questions? Other questions? Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to offer a reverse repealer. It should be on the screen. Happy to yield for questions. If there are none, I move adoption of the reverse repealer.
Any questions for Senator Hobson? Questions? Questions? We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. We're back to you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggested use of the morning roll call, final passage. Anyone objects to procedure? Anyone wish to record as voting no? No. Ford, Witherspoon, Butler, Ford, Witherspoon, Butler. Seeing none others, all others are recorded as voting aye, and the bill is passed. Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 102, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2578, arrest warrants, authorize electronic signatures.
Made the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
The motion is that we adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill and ask that Chairman Blackwell be allowed to explain the committee sub.
You recognize to explain the committee sub. This will be the last one, and we will adjourn
Thank you,
shortly.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. We currently have in law that allows for electronic signatures to be used for arrest warrants. What this bill does is it extends that to search warrants. The bill provides that an application for any warrant or signature utilized by the judicial branch shall not be denied legal effect or enforceability solely because it's in electronic form. That's an explanation of the bill. Answer any questions.
Is there explanation of the substitute?
I move for adoption of the committee sub.
Move for adoption of the committee sub. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the bill, Senator.
No questions. Move for adoption by the use of morning roll
Senator
call.
suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone objects to the procedure? Sparks, do you object to the procedure?
No, Mr. President, I just had a question.
Okay, I'm sorry. Please. Please proceed with your question. You yield for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Senator, I just wanted to make sure the electronic signature process, is this by electronic request, or is the requirement that whoever's requesting the warrant actually speak with the judicial officer, the judge who's going to execute or sign the warrant?
I believe they speak to them and they sign an email, or it's done electronically after that, but I believe there is a verbal conversation with the judge.
I would, in today's world of technology and the ability to communicate, whether by phone, cell phone, even at the wee hours in the morning, or FaceTime, I do want to make sure that the judge is making the inquiries they need to make, that this is not an exchange of emails, that there's actual communication, because they're giving a warrant to potentially enter someone's home or enter their body taking blood or some substance.
Right. I believe that, I'm pretty sure it requires the conversation with the judge, either FaceTime or on the telephone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, we're back on the motion. Back on the motion. Senators suggest use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone objects to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Blackwell, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move we stand in recess to 1:30.
Move stand in recess to 1:30. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess. We'll be at 1:03 on the calendar. Call the Senate back into session. Senator Fillingane, you're recognized, if he's here.
Not quite here yet.
Senator Fillingane. We'll move to Chairman Jordan, who passes. Chairman Barnett passes. We're on 112. Senator Michelle.
President, I'd like to pass item 112 and ask that it remain in its place on the calendar, to go to item 113 and ask that the title be read.
112 retains its place on the calendar. Number 113. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2332, Comprehensive Hurricane Damage Mitigation Program, extend repealer on development and implementation of program.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, this is simply a extension of a repealer dealing with the Hurricane Mitigation Fund. The fund was set up after Hurricane Katrina to allow money to be into a program where it would mitigate damages down the road on residences and commercial properties. And currently it doesn't have any money in the fund. We want to keep this fund alive because we're going to have some hearings this summer, and we've got ideas for other sources of funds to put in this to where we can reduce the rates on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Be glad to yield any questions on it.
Any questions? Any questions? Senator Thompson, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I haven't had a chance to read this bill. I just want to know, does this do anything to affect the amount of monies that are held in reserve in the Mississippi Windstorm Underwriters Association?
No, it doesn't. There were some bills, there was a bill last year that would have diverted some of the non-admitted policy fees from the wind pool to this mitigation fund, but this does not in any way fund the mitigation fund. It extends the repealer to keep that fund alive, but it has no money in it right now.
Okay.
And there's not a funding source for it as we speak.
That's what my question was. So right now, this is just to keep the fund alive,
Yes, sir.
but as of right now, not transfer any monies into the
Not
fund.
transfer any money.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Other questions? Thank you, Senator Thompson. Other questions? Other questions? Okay, Mr. Chairman, we're ready for your motion.
Move passes by use of the morning roll call, please.
Senator moves passage by use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? No. Present. Seeing none, record all the names as voting aye on the morning roll call, and the bill has passed. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'd like to go to item 114, Senate Bill 2336, and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2336, Mississippi First Responders Health and Safety Act, delay effective date of.
I'd make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This Mississippi First Responders Health and Safety Act was passed. Our good friend Senator Carter passed this legislation several years ago. It did not have any funding mechanism in it. You might recall that's to provide insurance for our first responders who get cancer in the line of duty. What we found is that it's very expensive for individual policies to be placed throughout the municipalities. This is a funding mandate to our municipalities, our counties, and our fire districts. And so we're working on a plan to have an overall general policy, just like our group health plan. If you have one plan and can include many, many people, the rates are much less. We are kicking the can down the road again for another year. Your municipalities are in favor of this. But we're having hearings this summer, and we're going to come up with a source of funding for this. It's an important bill that we have, and it's not, I really don't want to extend it any further. I'd really like to act on it. And this body proved that we wanted this fund, and unfortunately didn't have any funding in the mechanism in the funding. And so it's our obligation now to find a way. And this will extend the date of the program, as you see on line 13 to 20 to 24, before the municipalities and the counties and the fire districts have to fund it. So I ask for final passage by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Any questions? Questions? Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone objects to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? No. Present? Seeing none, please record all as voting aye on the morning roll call. The bill is passed. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 115, Senate Bill 2337. Ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2337, Surplus Lines Association transfers fees collected by the association upon written request by certain officials.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This association, the Surplus Lines Association, is another association that seems to be joined at the hip with our wind pool and with our Rural Rating Bureau and our Ratings Bureau. We're going to have hearings this summer, and because the non-admitted policy fee expires next year, and it's a funding source for the wind pool, and it's also a possible source of funds for this hurricane mitigation fund that we just talked about. But this fund this association, Surplus Lines Association, is funded with stamping fees that are put on policies from non-admitted carriers. These are your surplus lines. These are insurance that's written on your non-typical risks, and a surplus line carrier is typically a company that's not registered to do business in the state of Mississippi, but they sell through a surplus lines agent in Mississippi. As I said a moment ago, what this would allow is funds to be used from this. It can be transferred by the insurance commissioner, and we added language that the Department of Finance Administration, head of the Department of Finance Administration, can request the funds, excess funds of this organization, to be transferred to the general fund or any fund directed by the legislature. And by having this language in there, that might be a source for this hurricane mitigation fund that we just mentioned. It might be a source of funds for our rural fire truck program or for the wind pool. So this fund, this association has shown to accumulate excess funds, and this will give us the opportunity to transfer it to the general fund. I'll be glad to yield any questions, Mr. President.
Questions from the body? Senator Thompson, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield, Senator? Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman Michelle. You said this was a funding source for the wind pool, correct? This surplus lines?
Well, no, it's not a funding source of the wind pool. It is a fee that's placed on non-admitted insurance policies. This money does not go to the wind pool.
Where does it currently go?
It stays in the Surplus Lines Association, and they have generated large amounts of cash. So what we're doing now is stating that we're able to transfer that money to our state general fund and or an agency fund that we designate so we can use it for something ancillary. It's possible that it could end up going into the wind pool if we pass this legislation. It's possible that it could be made available for rural fire trucks, also for the hurricane mitigation fund.
Okay, but as of right now, none of this money from these, this is not the non-admitted carrier fee.
It's not what?
This is not the non-admitted carrier fee.
No, sir, this is a surplus lines. They call it a stamping fee. Okay. It's one of the many fees that we have discovered exist out there in this insurance world. And I would love for you, being a very active senator on the coast, to participate in these hearings this summer because many of them affect the wind pool.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would appreciate the opportunity to participate in these hearings.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Senator Sojourner, for what purpose you seek recognition?
A question, Mr. President.
Will you for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for my clarity, what can the Surplus Line Association currently do with this wind pool of money that they have?
Best of my knowledge, it just stays within the fund. And the insurance commissioner did transfer some funds last year, but we were told that it would be best to get legislation to do it, to take any gray area out of the fact that he asked for the funds to be transferred from surplus lines to the general fund. This is a recommendation just to put it in legislation.
So, like when you mentioned, like for fire trucks and things like that, I mean, is that stuff that they can currently use? They cannot.
Not now. No,
okay, but if we move the money, then
yeah, this could end up being a regular funding source for our rural fire truck program or for the mitigation fund on the coast.
so as we move forward, maybe instead of just moving the money to the general fund, we could specifically designate that we wanted this money used for those type surplus entities that are used by our municipalities and counties.
Yeah, and that's on line 72. It could be moved, the Commissioner of Insurance or the head of the Director of the Department of Finance can move it to the general fund or any fund as directed by the act of the legislature.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions? Other questions?
Mr. President, I'd like to move final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggested use of the morning roll call, final passage. Does anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, record all no names as voting yes. With the use of the morning roll call, the bill is passed. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass items 116, 117, and 118 and ask that they retain their place on the calendar.
116, 117, and 118 retain its place on the calendar.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chairman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 120, Senate Bill 2521, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2521, Mississippi Advantage Jobs Act, provides definition of new direct job for incentive applicants from and after July 1st, 2010.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill does is, this is unique to one particular company in DeSoto County. As this session goes forward, as many of you are aware, we're looking at trying to revise some of the incentives and come up with a more comprehensive plan to identify and work with incentives within the state. What we've kind of determined over time is that some of these are complicated, hard to use, have a lot of paperwork and misunderstanding, and this is a perfect example of that. This one particular company, Crone, in DeSoto County, moved their national headquarters to DeSoto County. They brought 90 new jobs with an average salary of $80,000 apiece. This is a German-based manufacturer of ag equipment. They make tractors and balers and other agricultural equipment. They missed a filing deadline for a Advantage Jobs credit that they had been promised by the state. And what this bill does is it allows them to go back and file for that credit that they missed the filing deadline for. The only language that's changing is in lines 257 through 264. It basically states very clearly that this is solely with respect to any farm equipment manufacturer that locates its North American headquarters to Mississippi between January 1, 2018 and December 31, 2020, before a specific date. And this is the language that MDA suggested to remedy this problem this great company has had in its relocation. But I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Question. Senator Turner Ford. For what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Would you yield, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator. So what type of credit is this that they're applying for?
It's an
or being
advantage.
authorized to apply for?
It's an Advantage Jobs credit. So they get a tax credit for the fact that they've brought a certain type of job with a certain type of salary into the state.
And this is the deadline that pertains to the Department of Revenue?
No, this was a filing deadline.
What's the agency that they're filing with? I guess that's the
MDA.
question. MDA?
Mississippi Development Authority, yes.
And what was the deadline that they should have met was what date?
I don't remember the exact date. This came to my attention in March of last year, right about the time when we were kind of going into quarantine. We looked at possibly trying to do something right at that time, but we ended up, we're now today, because as you know, everything that we had in mind for that time period ended up falling apart.
And do we know the amount, what is the loss that they suffered as a result of missing this deadline?
I don't have it in front of me, but I can find out for you. They didn't really, so the key on this is that this is something that we promised them. And and that's the issue that we get into, and I'll be talking about this more when we bring up the inflex bill, is that our current system of providing these incentives is extremely complicated. I plan to, as we go along in this session, show you some examples of how difficult this is with paperwork. And this company from another country just found it kind of hard to understand, and they understand what they were promised. They understand, the application process now, but they just got a little confused at how that occurred during this particular instance. But I can find you the dollar amount, but it is the exact amount that MDA promised them on the moment that they signed to come to our state.
Do we know if there are any other companies or businesses that could also benefit from having an extension?
Well, because I did not know, because I was not sure, that's why I made the language so tight that this would be the only one who could qualify, because they are specifically within that definition you see in the language there that includes the farm equipment between those certain dates.
And we want to pass legislation just to benefit one business?
We want to provide incentives to any company that wants to move to our state, because that's how we get new jobs and new technology here. And as an agricultural state, go on your computer and pull up Chrome and look at some of the products they make. I'm very proud that they came to DeSoto County. I know MDA made some promises to them, and I think we should keep our promises.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Just a friendly question.
Please proceed, Senator.
Yes.
We don't know what the financial impact of this bill would be, correct?
I don't know the number. They'll make the application that they were going to make. They'll present the data on how many jobs they provided, and they'll get the credit they were promised. They'll get nothing more than what they agreed upon when they were looking to relocate.
So being that we don't know what it's going to cost, or there's not a certain amount of money in here other than what their minimal investments or minimal provisions, it wouldn't be a revenue bill.
Right.
So I guess that was my question, because I knew that there was some financial impact, but I guess it's not a revenue bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Blackwell. For what
Thank
purpose?
you, Mr. President.
A question. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Parker, you mentioned that the MDA made certain promises to Crone for them to come in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, Crone has fulfilled their obligation. Is that not correct?
They have. I think several members of this body have been and looked at what they've produced, and I think it's something to be proud of, what they brought to our state.
And as you mentioned before, they were going through a transition. We had the COVID, but isn't it also true they changed CFOs during this time?
They did.
Which further added complications and misunderstanding to the timing?
Absolutely. And what I've come to find, and again, I don't want to get ahead of myself too much into the inflex bill, but the process when we are seeking a new employer or we're seeking an expansion of an existing employer is that a lot of times the people who are making the deal and who are establishing the criteria for that are not the people who are in place when the qualifications of the agreed upon incentive are up to be met. And so that confusion has just led me to believe that our entire process is too complicated.
And your bill does not give Crone any additional monies other than what MDA originally agreed to?
It just lets them make the application that they expected to be able to make. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, ready for your motion, sir.
I suggest use of morning roll call on final passage.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call final passage. Anyone objects to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Turner forward. Anyone else? One senator. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, please record all the others as voting aye, and the bill has passed. Chairman Carter, 1 second. Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I would like to be named as co-author by unanimous consent, please.
Unanimous consent. Seeing no objection is granted. I'm sorry, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. With you unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author as well.
Seeing no objection, unanimous consent is granted. Senator Blackwell. That's Senator Blackwell, Senator McClendon. Okay, Chairman Carter, we're on yours.
I'd like to have item number 121 on today's calendar have title read, called up, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2372, oil and gas to extend repeal date on the use of the conservation fund to plug orphan or gas wells.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
This is an oil and gas bill, and what this does is extends the repeal date on the conservation fund to plug orphan or gas wells. And that's all this does. I'll answer any questions. If not,
Okay.
move passage by morning roll call.
One moment, please, and we'll answer any questions. Any questions? Senator Felgen, I think your light is on, but it's okay. You're good? All right, no problem. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Passage by morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all as voting aye on the morning roll call. Bill has passed. Senator, you're recognized.
I'd like to go to item number 122 on today's calendar. Have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2373, motor fuel sales provide immunity for damages caused by the use of incompatible fuel upon certain conditions.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
This is Senator Branning's bill. I passed the same pretty much bill last year. This deals with liability protections with gas stations, and the best example I can give is the same one I did last year. If you, say, have a classic car, we have all these blended fuels now, have ethanol. Ethanol breaks down and can destroy the engine of some of these older vehicles. So if you go to a gas station and you fill your classic car up with ethanol and it freezes up the engine, this prevents the gas station from being liable on because you put wrong gas in your car. The same thing as if you put diesel in a gas car, and that's what this bill does.
Questions? Senator Simmons, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Were you for a question, Senator?
I do. I think you got it.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. I remember this bill from last year, Senator Carter, and the question I raised last year was that basically we are basically granting immunity from everybody up the chain, from manufacturer basically all the way down to.
No, this is simply if you were to go to the gas. This is simply if you were to go to the gas station and you have, let's say you drive a diesel and you mistakenly fill up your car with unleaded fuel and you ruin your vehicle. That's not the responsibility of the gas station for those repairs and damages. That would be negligence on your part.
What about those situations where if I actually wanted to put premium in my car, in some kind of way the gas station or the distributor put the wrong gas, they put diesel in the premium, and I actually put premium in my car because on the pump it had premium, and now what really came out of the pump was, say, diesel. Who pays for the costs associated with me repairing my car in those situations?
One, I'm no attorney, but this deals with really negligence. So in that, you asked this question last year. Yeah. In the event that the gas station is the one that makes the error, then of course they would be liable, and they would have to pay for damages.
Yeah. And so is there any language?
No, because this
that will actually speak to the situation where we can hold the gas station liable if they are negligent. I understand the point is if I'm actually negligent by putting the wrong gas in my car, that's my fault. But I guess I'm concerned what happens if I did everything that I was supposed to have done as the owner of my car and if something actually went wrong with the gas station and or who brought the gas to the gas station, the distributor.
There's nothing in this bill pertaining to the actual gas station. It's, I mean, as far as the gas station putting the wrong fuel in the wrong tank, there's no language in this bill for that. This is immunity on for the gas station if the actual purchaser is negligent.
Could you go to line 14 through and 15? and just explain to me what is the incompatible food is dispensed from the motor food dispenser that correctly labels the type? And I guess the label could be correctly labeled, but actually what's coming out of the pump is not the right gas.
Look, I understand your point 100%.
Okay.
But this bill this isn't pertaining to that particular issue. This is just pertaining to the consumer going and filling up their car with the wrong fuel.
Okay.
It's on the responsibility of the gas station to properly label their fuels and sell what they're supposed to sell. I'm sure there could be a pretty good argument if they put the wrong fuel in the wrong tank.
Thank you, Senator, for your, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Senator Seymour, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed.
Senator Carter, in this no way relieves liability of a refinery if through their subcontractor trucks, if they put the wrong type of fuel in the wrong tank, right?
No, it doesn't.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Seymour. Other questions? Other questions, Senator? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for a motion, please.
I move passage by morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for passage. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Simmons, no. Derek. Who's up? Blackman?
Yes, sir.
Frazier? And Blackman. Butler? Witherspoon. Norwood, up there somewhere. Norwood. Anyone else? Anyone else? Those individual recorders vote no, and all those voting aye. The bill has passed. Senator, we're back on your bill.
Okay, I'd like to today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2559, Public Service Commission may contract with federal agencies for the collection of data and mapping of broadband availability.
Senator makes the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
So there's a nationwide effort, this has been going on for a while, on rural broadband. It's a huge issue. We've talked about it, a lot last year. We passed a big cooperative program that's providing access to rural Mississippians now. What this bill does is there's been a lot of debate on accurate mapping of where broadband actually exists. There's a lot of federal money available to come down to the more rural states to do the studies and find out where the fiber, not the fiber, but where the rural broadband truly does exist, who has access and who doesn't. What this bill does is it authorizes the Public Service Commission to be able to accept these federal dollars. The PSC has been very diligent and they've worked very hard on rural broadband. They're very passionate about it, and they've been a great help to me as Energy Chairman. So that's what this bill does, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Questions? Seeing none. Senator?
Passage on morning roll call.
Senator's suggestion is morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone should be recorded as voting no? Hearing none, please show all as voting aye from the use of morning roll call. The bill has passed. Senator, you're recognized.
I'd like to go to item 124 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2649, Energy Efficiency Contracts, extend repeal date on use of.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
This is another repeal date, extends the repeal date on energy efficient equipment or service contracts. And that's essentially what it does. It goes into extends it until 2025. And I'll answer any questions.
Questions on Senate Bill 2649? Any questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Passage on morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for passage. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? No. Present? None. Seeing none, all reporters voting aye, and the bill has passed. Senator, you're recognized.
I'd like to go to item number 125.
services provide for the participation of investor-owned electric utilities and the expansion of.
Make the usual, no, like to adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original.
Got to make the usual motion first.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
We need to adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
All right, this is language that we passed last year in our actual cooperative Broadband Act. What this does is this authorizes the investor-owned utilities to lease out the fiber that they have deployed throughout their electric grid. Currently, Mississippi Power and Entergy have miles and miles of fiber in some of the most rural areas of the state. These trunk lines have approximately 143 strands of fiber, and they may only use 4 of them. So it gives opportunity for multiple internet service providers to lease that fiber and immediately provide access in those different areas. That's what this bill does, and I'll entertain any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Bryan, for what purpose you seek recognition?
A question.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
Yes, I will.
Please proceed, Senator Bryan.
This bill only deals with investor-owned electric utilities, and my recollection is there's a reference to underserved areas. Am I correct about that?
That's correct. So in this bill, the PSC will ultimately approve whether these leases can happen or not, and the PSC is going to look, and that was part of the earlier bill we just passed, authorizing them to do the remapping, which they've already been working on. But the PSC will be the determining authority whether they are actually able to lease in the area, and they're obviously not going to let them overbuild any existing ISP.
I suspect you're too young to remember this. But back when I was a little boy, there was something called the telephone company. By the way, there was also something called the gas company. And there was an explosion in Aberdeen, and it had to do with natural gas, as a result of which the gas company sued the telephone company. And my father said he didn't know who was going to win that lawsuit, but he knew who was going to be paying for it. And he just didn't know whether it was going to be on his gas bill or his telephone bill. But back then we had universal service. And now we have a brave new world. And generally speaking, the various telephone companies and telecoms, or whatever they are, all came and got us to deregulate everything. So nobody has the obligation to provide universal service anymore. And so the result is what the for-profit companies have done, logically enough, is they've gone and provided very fine internet service for businesses or people that use a lot of volume or people who live in affluent areas. But they ain't done much for us out in the sticks. And they ain't gonna do nothing for us out in the sticks. And that's where we are. What I don't understand is in legislation like this, over and over and over again, we want to be careful only to get to underserved areas. And we want to be careful only to let certain people do this. My question is, the whole theory of deregulating everything was that we would have a world of competition and we'd all have a wonderful Christmas. That being the case, the telecom people and the people that are promoting this have got a head start. They've had plenty of time. They've got plenty of not merely facts on the ground, but fiber on the ground or under the ground or wherever it is. Why is it that we don't now just say anybody, anywhere can provide these services? And if they wanted competition, let's have it.
Well, if you recall, the telecoms, or a particular telecom, was pulled out from underneath the PSC years ago, and the argument was that the market would decide what those rates are. There's nothing stopping anybody from providing broadband out there. I mean, it's a business decision on their part. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to provide every avenue possible. And one thing I did fail to mention is that the money that this fiber is leased, that money goes back to the taxpayers in the form of an annual credit. So you can't, I don't know if I answered your question or not, but there's nothing stopping anybody that I'm aware of from providing rural broadband.
Except that, just in the world of universal service, back in the founding of this country, when we had the post office, which was a government function, the idea was that just as some letters cost less to mail than others, by putting everything in a big pile, you could have universal service for post office. And always what has happened is the more compact areas, the more urbanized areas, the big users have in fact, if you want to say subsidized, but that's what makes it possible to run the fiber and get to the rural areas or get to small towns. But what's stopping all these people from coming to Amory and providing me with gigabyte service, just like the people outside the city limits are getting ready to have? And what's stopping people from going to the Okolona utility service area in the Amory Public School area, a huge rural part of Monroe County, is they don't have the volume. The big boys have come and picked the cherries, and if it had to be any worse, they've laid the fiber right there when we can see it. We saw them dig up the road and put in the fiber. But it ain't for us. It's for the big boys. So what you have to do, if you're going to do this, is you've got to be able to serve the more affluent areas, but we keep passing legislation to allow somebody or somebody somewhere to do something for the more where the big boys have picked and tied up every cherry in the state, and those of us with barren trees ain't got no fruit, or something like that.
So, Darren Bryan, I mean, I can't say I share your pain because I have great internet where I live. But throughout these discussions with the telecoms, with the investor-owned utilities and everything, that was the reason for this whole bill, is that we have fiber out there in the most rural areas of the state that can be lit up tomorrow. The minute that this thing passes, I have internet service providers that are working with the EPAs that, I mean, they don't want to deploy more fiber than what they need. They can lease this stuff, light up these rural communities, and it's solving the problem. And then one thing also I'll mention is that there's been a big argument about the speed of service. And the FCC defines it as 25 down and 3 up. That's not good internet speed. If you all do a speed test on your phone right now, you're getting 50 up and you're getting 50 down in this chamber. And there's probably a whole gigabyte coming into this Capitol. But once you install Wi-Fi routers and all these other different things, you're tapering your speed down. So this is where we're at, and we're going to continue to move forward. And look, I want to provide as much service to Amory as I possibly can, and this is one of the pathways to obtaining that goal.
Well, thank you. And one of the issues is it's very fine, and believe me, it's a great thing that the EPAs are doing this, but there are areas of the state not served by an EPA that are caught. And thank you. I'll just say this, Mr. Chairman. If it's 50 up and 50 down in this chamber, I know who one of the two is that's left out. I don't know who the other senator is.
Thank you, Senator Bryan. Any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator, welcome your motion.
Move passage of morning roll call.
We're on a committee sub, I think, first, Senator.
I move we adopt the committee sub.
Senator moves to adopt the committee sub. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill, Senator.
I'll move passage of morning roll call.
Senator moves adoption by use of the morning roll calls. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to record as voting no? No. Present? Seeing none, please note all voted aye, and the bill has passed by use of the morning roll call. Chairman Kaufman? Pass. Chairman Parks? Pass. Chairman Wiggins? We're on 131 on the calendar. All previous ones retain their place on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that items 131 and 132 keep their place on the calendar, and we go to item 133, call that up and ask the title be read.
131 and 132 retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2324, bad faith assertions of patent infringement, extend repealer on.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. Quite simply, this extends the repealer to 2025. If there's no questions, move passage on the morning roll call.
Questions from the body? Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Just a clarifying question.
Question, will you yield, Senator? Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Yes, yes, I yield.
Thank you, Senator Williams. This would not extend to one of these placement centers where some of these children that are taken away are moved and held around the state. Would this give all those facilities that are spread out, some in Jackson, some in Meridian, would this give them total immunity?
Senator, I think you may be on the wrong bill. This is, the title of this is bad faith assertions of patent infringement.
Yes, we skipped 131 and 132,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Senator.
Another question for another bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, he'll be ready now. All right, we're on 133, Senator. Okay, I think we're
Move
ready
passage on the morning roll call, Mr.
Senators, move
President.
passage on the morning roll calls. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to record as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please let the record reflect. All morning roll call voted aye, and the bill is passed. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you. Go to item 134, call that up and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2434, Capitol Police transfer to Department of Public Safety.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Move adoption of the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill has been worked on with the Lieutenant Governor's push, and we've talked with the Commissioner of Public Safety. Quite simply, the bill, what it does is it moves Capitol Police from under the in D.C. recently. It was felt, rightfully so, that the Capitol Police would be better under the jurisdiction of DPS with the law enforcement capabilities and things like that. So the bill has the code sections that the first section 1 is creating or authorizing that to be transferred, and then the remaining code sections are wherever the DFA was, it makes it subject to the Department of Public Safety. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, well, Senator Blunt, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Question.
You yield for a question, Senator.
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. I've known about the bill that was introduced to transfer the Department or the Capitol Police to the Department of Public Safety. I fully support that. I've talked to the Commissioner about it, Lieutenant Governor about it. I think it's a good idea. When I came in this morning, I was informed by another senator that there is a difference between the bill that was introduced and the committee substitute that's before us now. And I'm interested in it because the area involves the district that I represent. And when I'm looking specifically at subsection 7 of section 1, beginning on lines 88, which references the Madison County and Rankin County sheriff's office. And I didn't know about this language when I came to the Capitol. I talked to the senator from Madison this morning. He was not aware of it. I talked to the senator from Rankin this morning. He was not aware of it. So it's that paragraph that I want to talk about, because this is all new to me, and as far as I know, it's new to the senators who represent Madison and Rankin. So what I understand this to say is the Department of Public Safety is authorized to enter into a contract with either Madison or Rankin for the county to take into custody misdemeanor offenders arrested under the authority granted in this section. And again, I got no problem with the Capitol Police enforcing the law here. We need all the police we can get. But what I'm concerned about is this subsection, which then gives them the authority to arrest people for misdemeanors, send them to Madison and Rankin County, and then in addition to any other venue provided for by law, venue shall be proper in the county where the defendant is in custody pursuant to this subsection. So my question is, does Madison County or Rankin County want anything to do with this?
As far as I know, yes, that section, what line are you looking at?
88 through 94.
Thank you. That section was in a separate bill, I think filed by Senator Younger and others. And so, yes.
Well, the senators from Madison and Rankin don't know anything about it. And so when I went to go see them, my question to them was, if folks are arrested in Hinds County and transported to Madison County or Rankin County, is the sheriff in those counties going to want to be involved in this? Or is the sheriff in your county going to say, well, look, I don't want nothing to do with those folks from Hinds County. I got my hands full up here in my county. And they said, well, I don't know, but I'll find out. And I think that's what we all want to know. That's certainly what I want to know. And then, I mean, do we have any idea whether there's going to be any contract with Madison or Rankin to provide these services, if there's any interest in that, or does Madison and Rankin want to do it? Do they not want to do it? And if we don't know that, why are we putting this in the bill?
Well, first of all it's doing is saying it is authorizing for a contract to be entered into. It does not mandate it. It does not require it. It's simply providing an option. So if Madison and Rankin County don't want to do it, they don't have to do it. It's authorizing the Capitol Police to enter into a contract. Now, you're correct. This is more your area than mine. But I do know that we've talked about additional prosecutors in Hinds County.
Right.
I'm not familiar with everything that's going on, but I was told that this is an option that would help this area. So it's in the bill, and the committee adopted the committee substitute, which is why I've called it up. And again, they don't have to enter into it if they don't want to. And I would encourage them, if this bill passes, to talk to the Commissioner of Public Safety on this whole bill.
Well, we have had numerous conversations about things we can deal with the crime problem here in the city, and it's a real problem. And I don't deny that. I think anybody who lives here, anybody who spends the night here knows we've got a problem. And again, I welcome all the police and all the prosecutors that we can get to help us with it. But what I'm concerned about is whether or not there's any interest on behalf of Madison and Rankin, but secondarily, it's this issue of venue, which I think can get real tricky. And that is, if I commit a misdemeanor, I'm reading this subsection, if I commit a misdemeanor offense,
Go ahead.
if I commit a misdemeanor offense within this area, which is located in Hinds County, and then I'm transported under the conditions of this contract to Madison or Rankin, where am I going to be tried for that misdemeanor offense?
Well, if you look at line 91, the language says, in addition to any other venue provided for by law. So it's not limiting it to that. It's providing that it could, that it's what we call concurrent, okay? And that would be up to, the judges and all that kind of stuff. Also, I would argue or submit that, again, the language says to enter into a contract. Now, because that says enter into a contract, that means those things are up for negotiation. So if Madison and Rankin and Hines want to negotiate with the commissioner, they are more than welcome to do that and put it into the MOU or the agreement that they have and do that. That language is simply saying that the venue is proper there in addition to other places. You could have venue in one or two places, okay? And depending on where that happens, for example, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, if you have a car chase that starts in Jackson County and ends in Hancock County, conceivably you could have venue in one of the three counties.
Because the person driving that car has physically been in each of those three counties. But if I'm arrested,
no, because the crime continued through those three counties. And they committed the crime in those venues.
And they were physically present in those three counties committing that crime. And so my question is, if I'm arrested for, under this subsection, if I'm arrested for a misdemeanor offense here in Hines County, and I'm taken to jail in Madison County or Rankin County, from which will be drawn the jury of my peers?
Well, if it's a misdemeanor.
Madison, Rankin, or Hines?
Well, if it's a misdemeanor, you're not entitled to a jury.
Okay. Well, who's going to prosecute me?
Well, it would be the city that they get arrested in or where it occurs or where the venue is.
But as I read this, I would be prosecuted by the Rankin County attorney or the Madison County attorney if I'm sitting in jail out there. Is that what it says?
It says venue shall be proper in the county where the defendant is in custody pursuant to this section. And the information that I've gotten and why this bill was, this section was brought forward is because misdemeanors are not being handled properly, at least they're not, or even being handled at all. Okay.
Well, look, we need help in our prosecutor's office and our state district attorney's office, and we've talked to leadership about that. We need that. But again, this is all brand new to me and affects the area that I represent, and I haven't heard anything about it. And so what I'm concerned about is that you've got the moving of venue from things that are happening in Hines County to Madison or Rankin, and this would allow for that.
Well, Senator Blunt, I understand your concern, but it's no secret, okay, of the issues that are going on here in Hines County.
That's right.
In fact, my understanding is next week, right here in this state capitol, is trials are going to be held for Hines County because, quite honestly, Hines County can't do their job. The prosecutors the judges aren't clearing their docket. So we're having to give state space to Hines County to clear their docket. So this is an option to try to help the city of Jackson and Hines County to address the crime problem that we've all said we had. And my understanding, thanks to Senator Younger, is that Capitol Police has asked for this language, and we're trying to address it. And as I said on here, that Rankin, Madison, Hines can join in and get with the commissioner and make an agreement. This is authorizing them to do that. And so this was not I understand it's your area, this was not something that, this was not a end to run around you or anything like that. This fits the bill. We're trying to address the safety as best we can here in the Capitol. Like I said when I presented this, that because of what happened in the U.S. Capitol, okay, it was felt for the safety of all of these members that it would be best, not only the members, but also the visitors, the staff, that Capitol Police be under DFA.
I agree with that.
We're taking a proactive stance on this. So we want to help Hines County. We want to help the Jackson area, and this is a way to do it. Just like we're having jury trials in the state capital of Mississippi, because for some reason it's not working or not moving forward in their normal courthouse.
Well, I would ask you, as this bill makes its way through the process, again, I've been aware of most of the things you've discussed. I'm for all the things you've discussed. I've sat down with people, and we've tried to work together to try to deal with the crime problem, which we have. But as this works its way through the process, if there are other things in here that are substantive changes to matters of law, that you keep the people who represent this area informed as any changes that might be proposed. So that's what I'm asking.
And that's a fair request, and I will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. Senator Horn, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
For a question.
You for a question, Senator.
Only if he's nice.
Okay, Senator Horn.
Only if it's what?
Nice.
Nice.
It won't be nice. You know, so as this bill has worked its way through the process, has there been any discussion with the judges, the DA, or law enforcement that's involved with Hinds County or the city of Jackson?
Not by myself, no. As I said, Senator Younger stated that the Capitol Police has made this request for this language.
And if it's such a major problem, why are we only dealing with misdemeanor crimes as it relates to the change of venue possibly and the jurisdiction going to Madison County or Rankin County?
Because as I mentioned earlier, that it's the misdemeanors I've been told that aren't being handled. And so we're trying to address the misdemeanors. The felonies, even though there is a backlog, as I've described here, are being put before the grand jury and handled through that process. Their problem is they've got just a ton and they need to make their way through the system.
So if I told you that a statement, an update on backlogs, indictments, et cetera, was put out by our new DA on last week. And in it, he said, on indictment backlogs, our administration inherited a backlog of hundreds of cases that had not been prosecuted. In response, we implemented an intake system that ensures every case is prosecuted timely. Notwithstanding COVID-19, Hinds County grand juries met safely and consistently to ensure that our most dangerous criminals remain behind bars. We are now caught up and are indicting cases in the national 60 to 90 day average time frame. If I told you that, would you find that credible?
Yeah, and I will say this, that I know DA Owens, he's a good man, worked with him on different things, and yes, I find that credible. But my understanding is, and you mentioned indictment, those are felonies. This is related to misdemeanors, and I do give him credit for working to get those things handled. I do believe that he, based on what I know, inherited that caseload, and he's having to work through that, and I give him a ton of credit for that.
Right, and regarding safety, he further states that through the nation we saw significant increases in crime in 2020. We know well how that played out in our nation's capital, and the indictments that occurred in our nation's capital are not being tried in Virginia, they're being tried in our nation's capital. So
well, I couldn't speak to that. I'm not sure. I don't know the laws there, and you know, by the way, that's an interesting point, because when you're on Capitol grounds, what I do know is they have a U.S. Capitol Police, which is in the city of D.C., which then you have Virginia and Maryland surrounding them. So the intersection of all those laws, I can't say are those jurisdictions, but it is an issue that has to be dealt with.
But if the folks were arrested in D.C., don't you think it's appropriate that the case would reside in D.C. and they be tried in D.C.?
Well, no, not necessarily, because if you're arrested, let's just say you're arrested in California, but the crime was committed in Mississippi. Let's say you kidnapped somebody from Mississippi. It happened in Pascagoula, and you got arrested. The venue would be in Pascagoula, not in California, even though you were arrested in California.
Yeah, but we're talking about folks who are arrested in Hinds County, and we're changing the venue, and we're doing it in reverse. We're sending the venue elsewhere.
Well, and let me say this. Maybe I didn't say it as clearly. I don't think you get to that venue section until you deal with the first section that's in there about the contract. So like I said to Senator Blunt, that this is not mandating this, okay? This is allowing for this to occur between Department of Public Safety, i.e. Capitol Police, and these jurisdictions. So they're authorized to enter into a contract. And then it says, venue shall be proper in the county where they're in custody. So I would argue and submit to you that if you didn't have this agreement, then it wouldn't take effect.
Mm-hmm. So for that kidnapper who kidnapped in Mississippi and got caught in California, are you saying that the proper venue would be California?
No, the proper venue would be Mississippi.
Right.
Because the kidnapping occurred in Mississippi.
So if the crime occurred in Hinds County, wouldn't it be proper that the venue would be Hinds County?
Well, again, I go back to what I said, is that it depends on the agreement that's entered into by the Department of Public Safety and those counties.
Well, in regards to safety, that's been talked about on the floor today. The DA further states that in response to the drastic increase in crime, the Hinds County DA's office indicted 1,422 individuals for 2,083 separate crimes. Of those numbers, 579 of the 1,422 indictments contained one or more charges that were violent, and 843 of the 1,422 indictments were for nonviolent offenses. So as I read this, it sounds to me like the district attorney is doing the best job, a better job than we've seen in years.
I don't disagree in what you said. Those are felonies. This is only dealing with misdemeanors.
But if you clear out most of the felonies, you have the opportunity to deal with the misdemeanors. Wouldn't you agree?
Not necessarily. Again, indictment, you have the whole other stage, which is trial. And like I said to Senator Blunt, this Capitol will be the venue, if you will, of trials taking place to clear the Hinds County docket. So no, on that statement, I don't agree, because there's different parts of the stage. Just because you're clearing the indictments doesn't mean they've gone through the trial process or the pleas. And that's what's having to happen now. And it takes manpower. And like I said with Senator Blunt, we are talking about trying to find additional prosecutors for Hinds County, which is the right thing to do. And like I said, this is another way that we can try to address this issue with the help of Capitol Police. And I would, Commissioner Tyndall, I think he would be certainly open and all to discuss these things with you, or anybody, by the way.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you for that. And I'm the author of the bill, along with every other member of the Hinds County delegation, to try to provide some additional assistance to the district attorney's office. So I'm well aware of that effort. But my point to you is that if we do this and allow this authorization, I'm concerned as to where it's going to end. And I think a year ago, 2 years ago, I might be jumping all over what you're talking about now. But from what I'm seeing, our district attorney is doing a great job of clearing the backlog, of taking cases to trial or getting them resolved however they might get resolved. But at the same time, I think he deserves the opportunity to continue his work unfettered by legislation like this.
Well, and let me say, I would submit...
Wouldn't you agree?
I would submit that this is not affecting what he's doing. In fact, it's helping. And like I said earlier about the language that says, in addition to any other venue provided for by law, there is a whole bunch of other things that dictate this. There's the Mississippi Rules of Criminal Procedure. There is your Constitution. There is things like that. So all of that has to work together. This is helping DA Owens to try to get a handle on the situation that, honestly, unfortunately, y'all, as senators in that area, you're having to deal with. But and I'm sure we all have, similar type of issues. So no, I think this is helping what y'all are trying to do.
Well, I'm all for the Department of Public Safety lending as much help as possible to the capital city. I'm all for broadening the powers and the reach in terms of jurisdictional coverage of Capitol Police. But that particular clause in this bill is very bothersome to me, Senator Wiggins, and I would hope that we would have the wise judgment to take it out, to remove it, and deal with the rest of the bill. Would you agree with me on that?
Well, what I would say is that that's why we have two chambers. You are a veteran chairman. You understand the process. We have two chambers. This is going, if it passes, it's going over there, and we'll see what the House does on that.
Is there a potential that this bill might go to conference?
I don't know. I haven't talked specifically. Chairwoman Cockerham and I have discussed in principle this bill, but what they are talking about, I don't know if that would be the case or not.
Okay, and would you entertain favorably an amendment to do a reverse repealer?
I knew that was coming, and my answer would be no. Respectfully, no.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Senator Michelle, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
For question, please, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator.
Yes, I do.
Please proceed, Senator Michelle.
Thank you. Senator Wiggins, the bill refers to relationships the Department of Public Safety can have for looking over other properties, and it mentions the IHL property at Ridgewood Road in Lakeland and the Department of Agriculture and the fairgrounds. But on line 64, it refers to the ABC facility and the Department of Revenue main office. Well, the ABC facility is located in Gluckstadt, and the Department of Revenue main office is located in Clinton. Are you concerned that we might be stretching the agency out quite a bit here?
No, because I think the intent, and let me look at the bill here. The intent was that the Capitol Police would have jurisdiction over all the state agencies. And remember, none of that language you just cited is being changed. That was under DFA jurisdiction. So what this bill is simply doing is changing DFA to DPS.
Okay, if a person were arrested near the Capitol complex and were sent to Madison or Rankin counties, what would be the financial arrangements of the costs associated with incarcerating the prisoner?
Well, I think that would have to be, in that language I was talking about earlier, something that would have to be agreed to between DPS, if this bill passes, DPS and those counties. Again, this is not mandating it, it's just authorizing it.
Right, but wouldn't that require some sort of appropriation? We're transferring money. How would that be negotiated? We're going to allow the Department of Public Safety to cut deals with the sheriff of Madison County or take bids on what a bed would cost per night to give a prisoner a warm bed and 3 meals?
It would be the normal course of what they do. I mean, I think that stuff happens all the time, so I don't have any particulars about that. Again, this is not changing DFA. The Capitol Police are already under DFA. Yeah. Okay, and we've simply in the bill taken DFA and replaced it with DPS on that, and tried to give them, the Capitol Police jurisdiction over where state agencies / entities are.
Isn't that Section 1 new language?
Yes, it is.
Well, that's what I'm reading from. You said it's just changing the name of the 2 agencies, but I took that to be new language.
Wait, this is. That's right. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Council reminded me. If you go look, if you turn to the last page of the bill at sections 5, 6, and 7, 5 and 6, we repeal that. So the language, what we've done is we've repealed the current sections, and you have the section 1, the language here, and it's the same language, but we've just repealed it and put that in there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Senator Sparks, for what purpose you seek recognition?
A question, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Chairman, the bill addresses misdemeanors only, correct?
In that one.
In
well,
section 7,
In that
excuse me,
one
in
section,
paragraph
it's
7.
misdemeanors, yes.
Okay, so the district attorney in the state of Mississippi does not typically prosecute misdemeanors. Isn't that true?
That, while they have the authority to do it, generally they do not. That's correct.
There's a county prosecutor.
I'm sorry?
A county prosecutor prosecutes those cases.
That's correct. The county
Okay.
prosecutor, if it's a municipality, the city prosecutor handles that. The DA handles the felonies.
Okay, so that's no disparagement to the current Hinds County DA. The cases he's cleared, that has nothing to do with this. This is misdemeanors.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, for instance, ABC in Lafayette County has chosen to prosecute through the justice court at some times and through the municipal court at some times, even though those events occurred in the city limits. Is that kind of what we're talking about? It's a choice of venue based on resources that are available?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's where the rules of criminal procedure, and in the civil side, you have the civil procedure that govern venue. And I recently came across something that said if it can be both places, then the judge, through a weighing of all the factors, gets to decide where the venue is.
Okay, and I think this is, I just want to make sure that I understand it, because I think this is a very important point when people are concerned about venue changing out of the county where the crime was committed. If in fact you contract out to carry someone to a jail, which right now Prentiss County's contracted out with Tishomingo County to bring their inmates, they don't have space. Etowah County has a contract with Tishomingo County, but that person is in jail. They have rights under the criminal rules, including the 48 hours to be arraigned. So therefore, if I'm housed at Tishomingo County Jail, or in this case, I commit a crime in Hinds and I'm transported to Madison or to Rankin, I fall under the jurisdiction as it relates to the criminal rules. They shall honor the rules and my rights, and they'll bring me before the court where I am in custody. Is that correct?
You may have lost me there, but,
okay.
But so yes,
All right.
It sounds correct.
So once I'm out of jail, I'm no longer in custody.
Correct.
So if we read the last sentence, and I'm just wanting to clarify because I do a lot of misdemeanor work, in addition to any other venue provided for by law. So if I committed a crime in Hinds County, venue is Hinds County by law. Venue shall be proper in the county where I'm in custody. So if somebody's out on bond, they're no longer in custody. They're not going to Madison or Rankin County for trial.
That's right.
Okay, I just want
if they can make bail, they're out, and they've met their they have a constitutional right to bail. They can do that. And I think part of the issue that we've done with criminal justice reform is to try to get things moved through the system faster, instead of letting people sit in jail where they're not getting the hearings that they're entitled to under the Constitution and under what's called the speedy trial rule, which is 370 days, I think, in the state, and to allow them to have their hearing, their due justice in court before the judge.
And that's correct. So if they're recogged or they make bond, they're no longer in the custody of the county, and therefore venue comes right back to Hinds County.
That's correct, and there is no violation of their constitutional, or there is no, violation of their liberty interest by holding them in jail because they're out on bond.
And if there was an issue, you would have jurisdiction in the county where you're in custody, because that's where the problem is in violation of the court.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Fillingham, for what purpose you seek recognition?
A question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You recall, don't you, Chairman Wiggins, a couple of years ago, this body passed a bill creating a capital complex.
I do, and I voted for it, and the whole legislature passed it.
And they have a separate taxing district within which many of the state government buildings, including this one that we stand in today, are located in, correct?
Correct.
Now, are you aware, do they have a capital complex prosecutor? Is there a capital complex judge or a capital complex jailhouse even?
If they do, I've not heard of it, and no, I don't. We've not passed anything authorizing that.
I'm not aware of it.
Right.
Are you?
No, it
And
doesn't
do
exist.
you know if the Capitol Police, is there jurisdiction within this Capitol complex? They patrol and can make arrests and those sorts of things?
They do. That's their jurisdiction, yes.
So wouldn't it make sense then, if there's not a Capitol complex court system already in place, that they would need to contract with some other entity, be it Hinds County or Madison County or Rankin County, in order to handle the crimes which take place within the Capitol complex?
Yes, that's correct. And let me say this, that one of the, if you look at the research that came out after the U.S. Capitol situation, was that part of an issue was that there were conflicting jurisdictions, okay? And was it Maryland, was it Capitol Police, was it Virginia? In this bill, it is said that if there is a conflicting jurisdiction, then the Capitol Police will have priority jurisdiction over this. So what that means, that in the areas that this affects, which is the Capitol complex like you're talking about, then the Capitol Police will have primary jurisdiction, so that we can avoid the or hopefully avoid the situation that came in DC, which was there was a jockeying for position, or people didn't know who had lead jurisdiction.
Which makes perfect sense to me. If you commit a crime in DC proper, you get prosecuted either in the DC municipal courts, or if it's a major offense, in DC federal courts. Do you not?
That's correct.
So, because they have their own court system, but the Capitol complex here in Mississippi, we don't have a separate court system, which would make it all the more reasonable to have to contract, like your language in your bill suggests we would need to happen, correct?
That's right, and it gets even more complicated. You have federal jurisdiction and state jurisdiction, and one crime, both areas can have jurisdiction, so then it's between the feds and the state to determine who has jurisdiction, and this is what this is trying to do to make that easier in this situation.
Makes sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fungang. Any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Mr. President, I move passage on the morning roll call.
I think we're on the amendment, Senator. Substitute, we're on your committee sub complaint. So we need a motion on your committee sub, please.
Move to adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
Motion made to adopt the committee sub. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. Ayes have it. We're on to the bill itself. Senator Blunt, are there any amendments to the bill first? Senator Horn, you're recognized for an amendment. Senator Blunt will recognize you to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, and ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. My amendment would merely delete subsection 7 of this bill, which includes lines 88 to 94, and it speaks to the heart of what we've been discussing the last 30 or 40 minutes or so. Nobody at the local level here in Jackson and Hinds County was contacted about this legislation. Even the legislators who represent the area were not made privy to the fact that it was coming up with that language in it. The DA, the judges that represent this area were not consulted. Even the counties, Madison County and Rankin County, where these misdemeanors might be put in venue, were not consulted to even find out if they wanted or would be amenable to taking these misdemeanor charges and persons accused of committing misdemeanors. And there's no funding mechanism for it. So if I'm in Madison County or I'm in Rankin County and you tell me I want to bring your prisoners from Hinds County that committed misdemeanors up to your jail, what do you think their response to that is going to be? Where's the money? Do I have enough space to take on some other county's prisoners into my jail? And I know that the answer to that is no. Appropriations isn't going to put any more money into Madison County and Rankin County to cover these costs. The costs ought to be borne by the county in which the offense occurred, and that would be Hinds County. Now, somebody mentioned something about CCID, and the Capital Complex Improvement District is mostly there to provide infrastructure support for the capital city in a prescribed area that goes from Jackson State through the Central Business District and downtown, the Capitol Complex, here out by the fairgrounds, over by the R&D Center, over by the Medical Center, all the way to the Medical Mall. And Capitol Police has the authority to do additional policing on top of what JPD does to be able to make things safer there. To my understanding, that is working well as it currently exists. So I would urge you to vote with me to delete this language because it is permissive language, sure enough, but it's permissive that comes with a price tag if you permit it. And so I would urge you to vote with me to take this language out of the bill. I think overall, it's a good bill. I believe that the intent of the bill is consistent with what everybody wants. We want our capital city to be a safer place. Now, our district attorney, I just read from you a portion of a letter that our district attorney issued last week as part of a press conference he did, because he's trying to keep us informed as to what he's doing, what his office is doing to try to work backlogs, to deal with victims of crimes, to deal with the public safety issue in this state and in this county. And he's doing a marvelous job. I think we ought to give him the opportunity to continue to do that work. And I urge adoption of amendment number 1 to the bill.
Senator, would you like to speak on the amendment, please? Senator Wiggins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would encourage you to vote against the amendment. You've heard the debate here. I understand where Senator Blunt and Senator Frazier are coming from. This bill, I'm sorry, Senator Horn and Senator Blunt are coming from. It's got to go to the House, and they have a chance to look at this and talk about that. And so I would ask you to vote against the amendment.
Senator Younger, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question for Senator Horn and Senator Blunt, either one.
Senator Horn, you're recognized to respond. Will you respond, sir? You yield for a question.
I yield.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Horn. What good is it going to do if Capitol Police arrest somebody and Hinds County won't accept them? I was asked to present this by Capitol Police. I believe in helping Capitol Police. I believe in helping the police, the sheriffs, highway patrolmen, all of our officers. They've been going through hell lately, and, you know, they're only human. Sometimes there's not good ones. Sometimes there's real good ones. So that's the only reason why I did this. And no offense to you or Senator Blunt, I have my own troubles in Columbus. They have big crime. We have crimes all over our cities. And, you know, I'm just trying to tell you that's the only reason why I did it.
And
Thank you,
Senator Younger, I appreciate your comments. And I would say that if the problem is space in jails, then why don't we help Hinds County get more space for its jails? If the problem is misdemeanors not coming up for trial because there's a misdemeanor backlog, there doesn't appear to be a criminal justice backlog, then why don't we provide more resources to Hinds County to deal with this problem and not put the problem off onto another county to the east or another county to the north of here?
I believe those counties will be compensated. I mean, let's share the burden. I mean, if Hinds can't handle it, let's go to the counties next door. I wouldn't be opposed to that back home where I'm from.
Is that your question?
That's it. Thank you for answering.
So I would just say that if the problem is a backlog on misdemeanors, being able to be housed in the jails, if it's appropriate for them to be so, and provide the additional resources in the county of origin where the crime took place. I urge adoption.
Thank you, Senator. And so we're down. We need a motion, Senator.
I move adoption of amendment number 1 to Senate Bill 2434.
Senator's made a motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. We're back on the bill. Senator Blunt, you're recognized to speak on the bill. I'm sorry. I apologize. We have another amendment. Senator Horn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is simple. It puts a reverse repealer in the bill. As you have heard, there's a lot of discussion that needs to continue about this bill. There's a lot of dissension about what is the appropriate action to take care of these outstanding misdemeanors. And so let us have an opportunity to have further discussion by putting a reverse repealer to ensure that it goes to conference.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you. I would encourage you to vote against the amendment. This bill is something that the Lieutenant Governor, the full bill, has wanted to see. Again, in light of what has happened in D.C., it's about the safety for us and the visitors here and the law enforcement officers themselves. And when it passes, if it passes, it's got to go to the House. They have a full chance to look at it. Their committee's going to look at it, and then they can send it back here, and we'll address it then. So there's really no need for a reverse repealer. It's in effect, even though we spent all this debate, it's actually a simple bill. So I would ask you to vote against it.
Thank you, Senator. We're ready for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have anything else to say. I think you all understand the points that Senator Blunt and myself and by extension the delegation are trying to do, and I urge adoption of Amendment Number 2 to Senate Bill 2434.
Senators moved adoption of Amendment Number 2. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. We're back on the bill. Senator Blunt, you're recognized. Pardon me? I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. Did we call for division? Didn't want some? Okay, Mr. Clerk, please read the roll. I'm sorry. We just need to go to your desk. I'm sorry. All at the desk. Everybody there? Senator Frazier? Okay. Here we go. Senator Bryan is making his way. This is Senator McDaniel. Senator Sparks was here before. Is he present? Okay. All those in favor, please stand. Would you count those, please? I'm sorry. Two upstairs. Two. There's two upstairs. Should be 16. Okay. Well, I counted 14 down here. Down here? Uh-huh.
So we don't need to make the guys stand, because it's all.
We'll just make them stand. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Those opposed, please stand. Those opposed, please stand. If you'll count those with me. Vote of 25 to 16, the vote, the amendment fails. We're back to you, Senator Blunt, to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. I'm like most of you. I live in my hometown where I grew up, and I'm like all of you in that I feel compelled to represent my district, and when there's a bill that directly affects the district I represent, I want to know everything about it, and I don't want to be surprised. It's no secret that Jackson has a crime problem. It's no secret that Jackson is experiencing challenges. Maybe your hometown where you live or some place in your district is experiencing challenges and has a crime problem. Those of us who represent this area, this county, and this city, we know that. We're not in denial about that. We live here. And we know there is a problem. And I will say to you, if you're interested in the future of this state, you have got to have a strong capital city.
This is the largest metro area in the state. This is the capital of the state. This is the only real urban area in the state. And if the state of Mississippi is going to be successful, Jackson has to be successful. And Jackson, by itself, will not be successful, cannot be successful. It won't. The only way that Jackson can be successful, and the only way that Mississippi can be successful, is if we have a cooperative relationship to work together to turn this city around, to make it better, and grow this state which is shrinking and this city which is shrinking. That's the only way it's going to work, if we work together. And there have been productive conversations over the years. Senator Fillingane mentioned the Capital Complex Improvement District, which I believe went through his committee at the time. That's an infrastructure project. That's all it does is infrastructure, but it helps. And we appreciate that. And I think if you drive down High Street right now, and just over here in front of the Wright & Ferguson building, that road's going to be repaired with money from that project. The only way the infrastructure in this city is going to get better is with a cooperative relationship between the city and the state. If you say, well, that's just Jackson, that's their problem, let them fool with it, it's not going to get better. And when you come to this Capitol, ever how long you're here, whether you're here as long as Senator Bryan or however long you're here, these issues are just going to get worse. We're going to have to work together on this. Now, I'm sorry that we've had to take up so much time on this bill. We have been meeting with leadership since before this session started about this issue involving the Capitol Police. And my personal feeling is, I think the feeling of everybody in the Jackson delegation is, more law enforcement that we have in this city, the better. We welcome it. We've got a bill that has the entire support of the Hinds County delegation for the Highway Patrol to give them jurisdiction in this city. We welcome it. We want the Highway Patrol. We need the help. We want the Capitol Police. We need the help. If the bill that had been taken up today had been the bill that we had discussed and the bill that was originally introduced, we would have passed this thing unanimously in 1 minute. And I'll be the first to tell you I'm not an attorney, and I don't understand all this stuff about venue. And I think if I sat down with Senator Sparks or Senator Fillingane in 10 minutes, and those of us who represent this area, none of us are attorneys, and we sat down and we talked about it, we might be able to work through some of these things. I am distressed by the fact that the two counties that are mentioned, and Hinds County is not mentioned, is not allowed, but the senators I spoke to this morning who represent the adjacent counties weren't aware of this language either. I didn't even know about this language till another senator came up to me this morning to talk about another issue. So I think we need to look into it. Look, we're not up here fussing. We want to work together. We recognize that we're going to have the involvement of the state to help us deal with our challenges. Anybody who lives here knows that. I live here 12 months a year. I know that. But we have to sit down and talk about these things through and figure it out. We can't surprise each other. We don't want to do anything that is disrespectful to the people who are elected to represent this area. I think we can get there. We want to see the Capitol Police here. We want to see the Highway Patrol here. And I think if we talk through what we've got, come to an agreement, we need money for extra prosecutors. We're going to be coming to you for that. I think that'll help everybody. A safe Jackson, a growing Jackson is good for everybody in Mississippi. So let's work together and get it done. And I appreciate your indulgence. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Blunt himself said he supported this bill, and really the whole debate here has been over a few lines in the bill. This is a good bill. You've heard the debate, and he is right that Jackson is the capital city. That's what makes Jackson unique, and we do have different experiences, but we also have a lot of the same ones. I have it in my way. Moss Point is a great city, but they have their crime issues too, and we've helped them out. And just like Senator Younger said, we can all share the burden, and this is trying to help address these misdemeanors that clearly are not getting handled and in that particular legislation. But don't lose sight of the whole bill, and that is that we're putting the Capitol Police under the jurisdiction of the Department of Public Safety. So with that, I'd ask you to vote in favor of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. We need a motion, Senator.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator, use the morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object to that procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? If you raise your hands, Mr. Secretary, would you help me count, please? Senator Hobb Bryan, Senator Albert Butler, Senator Horn, Senator Barnett, Senator Jackson, Senator Michelle, Senator Simmons, and behind me is Senator Norwood, Senator Blackman, Senator Jordan, Senator Witherspoon, Senator Simmons, Senator Jackson. Sampson Jackson, I'm sorry, and Senator Fraser. Okay, would you give us a count, please, Mr. Clerk? Senator Blunt, sorry, Senator Blunt. Blunt is present. Any other presence? Any other? Senator Turner is present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Mr. Clerk, would you read the names, please?
Voting no or nay: Horn, Bryan, Butler, Barnett, Sampson Jackson, Michelle, Simmons of the 13th, Jackson of the 11th, Simmons of the 12th, Witherspoon, Jordan, Blackman, and Norwood. Voting present: Blunt and Turner Ford.
With that, the bill passes and we're back on the calendar.
Mr. President, I'd ask that items 135, 36, and 37 remain their place on the calendar.
Retain their place on the calendar, 136, 137. Senator Horn?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item number, it's Senate Bill number 2434 on the motion to reconsider.
Go on the chair. Okay, anyone else? Senator Blunt, are you good? You're good. All right, we're on Senator Horn. You're good on the next. Senator Polk? Good. That's items all the way to 148. Senator Tate? Senator Tate is good through 151. Simmons? Good. Senator Johnson? Is good. Senator Wiggins again. Senator Wiggins again, up to 158. Senator Seymour, you're recognized. Senator Seymour, you're recognized. All right, he's good. Senator Hill. Senator Hill, pass? Pass. Senator Simmons? Pass. Senator Blackwell? Pass. Senator Whaley? Senator Whaley, you're recognized. We're starting on 166. All the ones in between retain their place on the calendar. We're at 166.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 166 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2035, hunting. Allow air guns, air bows, and pre-charged pneumatic weapons and authorize special seasons for CWD sample collection.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, please proceed.
I'd like to move to adopt the committee substitute.
You're recognized to explain the substitute.
And I will recognize Senator Blackwell to explain the bill.
Senator Blackwell, you're recognized to explain the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. We actually passed this bill last year. It died over in the House. During the break, I got together a couple of times with Dr. Polis and his staff, and they recommended this wording. First part of the bill, they wanted to be able to declare a special hunting season in CWD areas. And so that's the lines 21 through 28 comply with that. And then technically we can already hunt with air guns and air bows, but they wanted to go ahead and codify it. So we put that language in. And with respect to our purist archers, the only use of these air guns or air bows is on private land during primitive hunting season. And Mr. President, I have amendment at the proper time.
Okay, first we have questions on the committee sub. Questions? Senator Younger.
Question, Mr. President.
You recognized for a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How do you, historically, what has this device ever been used for?
Well, historically, this goes back to 1804. Lewis and Clark actually used an air gun, a 46 caliber air gun, on their expedition across the country.
And how do you know this?
Well, I know that from historical fact, but I can't tell you how they used it. You might want to ask Lieutenant Governor. He might have been there.
Thanks.
He could have been a mule skinner then.
We need the finger here. Where is that thing? Thank you, Senator Younger. Any other questions before we go to adopt the sub? We need a motion on adopting the substitute, Senator.
So I have an amendment, Mr. President.
We'll adopt this committee sub first, Senator.
I'm sorry. I'd like to adopt the committee sub.
Motion to adopt the committee sub. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Now I have an amendment.
Amendment?
In discussion with the department, they got a little
on the
excited.
screen, please. Do you have it on the screen? 1 second. Is it up? Okay, we're good. Thank you.
In discussion with the department, they kind of got a little excited, and they added game birds, turkeys, and migratory waterfowl. They want those removed from this, and so that's what this amendment does. It removes game birds, turkeys, and migratory waterfowl. No questions. I move for adoption of the amendment.
Any questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Move for passage by the use of morning roll call.
Senator Hill, you're recognized for what purpose?
For a question, please.
You for a question, Senator Blackwell.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Blackwell. What precipitated the language for the changes? I understand the CWD part, the rationale for that, but what is the rationale for the air bows and the pre-charged pneumatic weapons during primitive weapons season? Is that correct? During any open season on deer with primitive weapons? So, like, can you explain that?
Well, it's fairly self-explanatory. You can use air guns or air bows during primitive weapon season on private land to hunt big game, basically deer.
I can't hear you. Can you get closer to that microphone?
The bill will allow the hunting with air guns and air bows on private land during primitive weapon season.
But not on public lands, just on private land.
And not during bow season.
And not, I'm sorry, not during bow season?
Not during bow season.
So just during gun season?
During primitive weapon season.
Okay. Has there been some kind of survey or interest, or what is the what's the precipitating reason for doing this?
Well, one, I hunt with 24-70, 30-06, 308, 30-30, 243. I've got a compound bow, I got a crossbow. I just want another tool and kind of in the toolbox to hunt with. 21 states allow hunting with big games with these devices. So this is not doing anything new. And in actuality, the way our laws are written, we could actually do it now, but the department wants to codify it.
Okay, I understand that. And my husband has all that stuff too. Unfortunately, it just piles up and he doesn't use it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Hill. All right, any other questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Have we adopted the amendment yet? Yes, sir. Okay, so we're good to go. We need a motion on the bill. Morning roll call, sir.
Request passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senators suggest use of the morning roll call, final passage. Anyone objects to procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Whaley, let the bill, journal reflect the adoption by morning roll call, please. Bill is passed. Senator Whaley, do you have others?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip number 167 and move to
number 168 on today's calendar, and I ask that the title call the bill up and read the title, please.
167 pertains as placed on the calendar. 168. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2787, water skiing, revised safety requirements.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today we have before you Senate Bill number 2787 by way of Senator Sojourner. And what this bill does is it simply would allow a water skier to come into compliance with our surrounding states of Alabama, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Tennessee. And this would allow, instead of having to have an extra person in the boat as a spotter, it would allow a mirror mounted on each side of the boat to be used as a spotter. And if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill. Senator Moran, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question.
Will you yield for question, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed.
So tell me, in your experience in skiing, do the rearview mirrors help?
I'm sorry, did the rearview mirrors what?
Do they help?
Well, you know, I've never used a rearview mirror, so I guess that'll be one thing after this bill passes, we'll be able to tell you.
What, now, do you prefer to use one ski or two?
Oh, I just use my feet.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Moran. Senator Johnson? Senator Johnson, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Sorry, just glance at this and...
You yield, Senator?
Sorry, question, yes, sir.
You yield, Senator? You yield? Go ahead, please proceed, Senator Johnson.
Looking at this, would you tell me what was deleted out on the before 1 hour?
What was the what, sir?
What was deleted out on the before 1 hour, before sunset and after sunset time frame?
I could not answer that. If you give me
Okay.
a second, we might can find that out, but right now I do not know that.
It's on the screen now, Senator. Senator Whaley, it's on the screen there.
Just talking about the age restriction and another operator of the boat.
Okay, so it's not saying that you can't ski or wake surf at midnight.
What is saying that you won't ski after those times?
Okay, it says,
What is saying you won't be water skiing in the dark?
and what about, and I see it says, or aquaplane or similar device, would that include wake surfing?
It does not speak directly to that, but all it says is water skiing, sir.
Okay, and would this be, it says state waters, only on public waters? Private lakes are okay to do whatever they want to?
The way I understand it, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Other questions on the bill? Other questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator Seymour, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed.
Senator Whaley, what's the deal with having a rear view mirror? I mean, not every vehicle has everything, but especially a watercraft, a John boat, I mean, people ski behind all kind of apparatuses.
Senator, the whole purpose to this bill is that currently now you have to have an additional person in the boat as a spotter. States around us allow you to affix a side mirror, and that can be used as a spotter. It's not saying that you have to have one, it's just saying that you could.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Senator Seymour. Any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Move passage by the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of the morning roll call for passage. Does anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Chad, Senator McMahon, Senator Seymour. Two, McMahon and Seymour. Seeing none others, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Whaley, we're back to you.
I'm going to ask that the rest of the wildlife bills hold their place.
Hold the place on the calendar, that's 169, 170. Hold the place on the calendar passed. Senator Fillingane, pass. 171, 72, 73, hold their place on the calendar. Senator Barnett, pass. 175, retains its place on the calendar. Senator Polk, passes. That's 176 through 184. Chairman Bryan, Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan, passes 185 and 186, return to place on the calendar. Senator Parks, retain his place on the calendar. Senator Blackman, retain his place on the calendar, 188. Senator Wiggins, 189, retain his place on the calendar. Senator Bryan, 190, 191, 192, retain place on the calendar. Senator Blackman, retains his place on the calendar. Senator Seymour, retains his place on the calendar. Senator Whaley, retain his place on the calendar. Senator Kaufman, retain his place on the calendar. Senator Younger, pass. Retain his place on the calendar. Chairman Branning is not present. Retains 199, 200, 201. Senator Seymour, again, Brian, paint on the calendar. Senator Bryan,
Mr. President, I had intended to call up item 182.
Okay, let's return back to
I would
182.
move that if I'm recognized, I'd move the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration of item 182, Senate Bill 2004.
All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. Senator Bryan, you're recognized on 182.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I move the committee substitute be considered in lieu of the original bill.
We'll go to the committee substitute. You're recognized to explain the substitute.
Members of the Senate, this is a vehicle. I prefer to come before you with destinations, but I find that what we need to do is have a vehicle. There are a couple of bills dealing with the certificates of need that are in Medicaid bills. I believe it would be useful as we go through the process to have another bill that has that code section alive. What the strike all amendment does is simply bring forward the existing law unchanged with a reverse repealer so that we will have the code section available if we need it as we get toward the end of the session. That's all the bill does. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Questions? Any questions? Seeing no questions, we've already adopted the committee sub, and so we'll go, this will be on the bill. The senator suggested use of the morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to record as voting no? No. Present? None. Thank you, Senator Bryan. Please use the morning roll call. All voting aye. The bill has passed. We're back down to we'll go back down to, Senator Bryan, you're up again, I think, on 190. Did you pass 190 on the calendar? You do pass. 191, pass. 192, pass. Then we're back up to 202. Senator Seymour passed. And Senator Bryan, 203. Senator Bryan, are you okay on 203, Hospital Cooperation Act 2021?
I've been informed by one of my committee members that I wish to pass that bill and allow it to retain its place on the calendar.
Pass the bill, retain its place on the calendar. Chairman Carter, 204. Senator Carter, pass. Thank you, Senator Parks. Senator Parks, 2536, pass. Chairman Polk, 206, pass. So we're through the calendar today, and thank everyone for working so hard on that. We'll move to announcements next. Any announcements? Any announcements? Hearing none, Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m., at which time the Journal will show we are adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Moves to Stand in recess till 5 p.m. and then adjourn till 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess.